Don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is you.
Yeah!
I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I don't need to hang my stocking there upon the fireplace. Santa Claus won't make me happy with a toy on Christmas Day. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is you. You, baby. Oh, I won't ask for much this Christmas. I won't even wish for snow. I'm just gonna keep on waiting underneath the mistletoe. I won't make a list and send it to the North Pole for Saint Nick. I won't even stay awake to hear those magic reindeer click. 'Cause I just want you here tonight, holding on to me so tight. What more can I do? Oh baby, all I want for Christmas is you. You, baby. Oh, all the lights are shining so brightly everywhere. And the sound of children's laughter fills the air. And everyone is singing. I hear those sleigh bells ringing. Santa, won't you bring me the one I really need? Won't you please bring my baby to me? Oh, I don't want a lot for Christmas. This is all I'm asking for. I just want to see my baby standing right outside my door. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. Oh baby, all I want for Christmas is you. 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 Baby, all I want for Christmas is you, baby. Holla, everybody. Hullabaloo, because that's what we're doing. It's the Holiday Hullabaloo 2024, reading and singing songs. We're not reading songs, we're singing songs. We'll be reading stories later on. Hello, welcome to the QuvarTV Show. I hope you're all having a fantastic day. I hope that the week has served you well. I hope you had a fantastic time. I hope you had some happy, merry holidays themselves. And whether you celebrate the holidays or not, I know they can be a stressful time for us all. So today's just going to be a day to kind of relax, sit back, sing some songs, read some stories. And I know that some people are probably getting sick of these songs by now, but your boy's not. I haven't had to listen to them that much, so we're getting in there. Starting off hot and strong with a little bit of the SCP. Yes, I know that it's something that people probably don't want at this point. They think she should be locked back away in her giant block of ice. But one little one out there. Just a little slip it in right there. Just a little quick one. How are you doing? How are the holidays? Do you have any fun stories, any fun happenings, any good gifts you may or may not have received, any smile stories for us today? Hello and welcome to the Cool Variety Show. We'll be having our Holiday Hullabaloo. I have a number of songs to sing today, including a couple that were suggested and requested earlier on in the streams earlier this week, or last week, depending on how you perceive Sunday. Regardless, we have that going on, as well as raffles being back for the holidays. For the Holiday Hullabaloo stream today, in particular, if you are interested in joining the raffle entries will be quite a bit cheaper. There'll only be 150 Bs for each entry, up to 2 person per stream each still. Up to 2 per person per stream, I should say. That's for a Steam code for a Plague Tale Requiem, for an extra little gift, potentially, to hand out. Hello, Lionheart. Thank you so much for stopping by so early. Earlier than I was, because I was at work today, and I scheduled this stream for this time because I really thought that I'd be able to get out of work a little bit earlier and have time to, arrange some stuff that I didn't quite have the time for because of the holidays themselves. But I was surprisingly busy at work, considering there was nobody running any of the machines in my department at the honey factory. I was just doing end-of-month inventory stuff, and that took me a lot longer than I thought it would. So I was rushing a little bit, and we were a little late for stream in terms of when I wanted to start, but we made it work. We made it happen. I could have done more, but I didn't have time for it, unfortunately, so I hope you'll enjoy what I have been able to prepare, which is mostly just some silly stuff. Tasty. Glad to hear that your holidays were all right. Mine were decent. It was a lot of busyness running back and forth between family members, but it was a decent time. We had a fun little engagement, some good food, some good family times. I got a couple gifts that are decent. A lot of it was candy. I got a lot of candy because I like my snacks, my treats. My dad got me a set of 3 seed packets and starter kits for bonsai trees. So 2025, we're killing plants, so get ready for that. You can feel free to watch out on any of my social medias, and by any I mean specifically, God, stupid Kuvar and socials. What are you doing? You don't even know your own commands. Did I misspell it? Oh, wow. Okay, hold on. Everybody pretend like you didn't see any of that. So you can check out my Twitter or my Blue Sky, QuvarTV on both. I'll probably post some updates on that as we plant them and see where they grow over the next year or two. If that's something that you want to check out. But yes, I often forget a lot of things when I start streaming. Thankfully, I've not streamed any of the game launchers during streams. I've not done that, though I have definitely streamed the wrong screen while playing games on a number of occasions, where I jump from one screen to another and forget to change it back. So I'll be sitting there playing games, and people will be like, hey, we can't see, we don't know what's going on. What are you doing? Now, I have to pretend like I did it on purpose because, I'm so cool and strong. I would never deign to fail miserably in any capacity. Yeah, thankfully, I've not had any internet issues since that stream on Saturday. It's been pretty stable since then. I really think it was the unplugging and replugging of all cables involved, not just the power cable. Seems like it stabilized things. I might have a cable that's going out in some way, or maybe it just wasn't fully connected. But we've been stable since then. And speaking of stables, I was going to sneeze and then I didn't. Anyways, congratulations, Lionheart, on getting that Love at First Sight, for being here so quick, so ready, for claiming your 3rd Love at First Sight in a row. You are building a streak up very quickly by also being the #earlygang yourself. So thank you very much for stopping by so consistently, so ready. I appreciate the efforts sincerely and dearly. I still got the kind of snotty snot stuff from what I presume is the sneeze that will not escape from me. It will not come back and it will not go anywhere. It's just here, existing in my space. Okay. I lost my chat. I have everything on one screen right now for some reason, so I have to keep bouncing back and forth between things as I set things up. I definitely turned on stream closed captions. Absolutely. They've been on this entire time, and they've been very helpful. I'm glad that you reminded me, stream closed captioner, as well as Lionheart earlier. Hello, Gary. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. I see Twitch was being rude to you and giving you some late announcements about what was happening. Do not worry. Do not fear. There are many people here who may have thought they were late because I was a little bit later than I intended. But regardless, your announcements are still coming in a little late for you. But thank you for the applause. You get 2-hour late notifications? Damn, that sucks. So that's where Mariah Carey went. Yep, she went straight into my body. She is possessing me right now. Actually, she's left at this moment. She was possessing me. Now she's gone away somewhere else. I'm not sure where. Hello, Bobber. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you had some wonderful holidays. Feel free to share any stories or any favorite gifts you may have received, if you did receive any. But hello, hullabaloo herbivores. That's right. Only veggies today. I'm going to scare a puppy away with talk like that. Smile stories. Well, my nephew was given a PS4 for Christmas. I got called to fix it because it wasn't working. Oh, no. Well, you are the reliable one there. I hope they're enjoying their PS4. I actually gave a PS4 Pro to my little sister for Christmas as well because she's only had a Switch for a long time. And she's been playing hashtag Spider-Man PS4 at my house during our sleepovers. So I got her a PS4 Pro that was given to me by somebody, so it was kind of a hand-me-down, but hey, free shit. So I gave that to her. I downloaded Fortnite for her so she can try to play that if she wants to. She's going to be 60 in like 2 weeks. She doesn't play a lot of video games. My mom is very, not against them, but not very encouraging of them. So I have to encourage it. Killing plants, that's it. That's what we're doing. Legally blind, all of us indeed. I saw all that. You saw nothing, Bobber. I will take your eyes, I swear. Long story short, it was fixed, but I called out the games he got. 8-year-olds should not be playing GTA 5. Yeah, you know, honestly, that is a fair call. GTA 5's like, I definitely played some GTA games when I was younger. I think I was still older than 8 at the very least. So I would agree that I probably should not be playing that at that point. And like, that really just speaks volumes of like the whole, you know, it's not the game's fault. It's not the internet's fault. It's not TV's fault. The parents need to just do a better job of monitoring what they're giving to their kids. Like, that's where it all comes down to. But thank you for calling that out. Also, I have to say that snails command really threw me off because I saw all the snails, and in my brain, I was like, when did I set up a snails command? I don't remember. It's like the memory of me setting up snails command was like moving at the pace of like a snake, like a slow slimy slow snake, like a slow slimy spread of molasses. So like I didn't quite pick up on that, but then I realized that it was you doing it and not me, in fact. But I have a lot of commands out there that I definitely wouldn't put it past me to have set one up like that and just forgotten. Love streak. People all over the world start a love streak. A love streak. Oh. Stabilize your sneeze. It is fully stable now. It definitely won't come back to haunt us later on as I have a stuffy nose and try to sing some songs. I've slept like shit this week. I don't know if it's just it's work mixed with the holidays and everything, but I've slept... Okay, it hasn't really been that terrible, honestly. I had a couple days of like 3 to 4 hours, which is my old normal, so I'm surviving, but I'm definitely feeling a little bit tired because I'm getting a little older these days, these years, almost 31 in a couple weeks. So, I'm doing my life. And in that sense, I'm getting tired more and more every day. PS4 Pro is the carry, the GOAT! It was indeed. She was actually talking about how she wished she had gotten more presents. And I was like, bitch, look at the TV. It's right there. She's been going through a tough time. We've been helping her out. She's getting there. Robert says, the best gifts for me were art, which on that note, I will humbly ask you to look at my Discord icon at some point if you haven't. I will definitely check a peek at that. In fact, I can check a peek right now, I imagine, just to kind of see what art you are referring to. Oh, that's really cute. That's some really cute art there. Excellent. I'm happy you got some fun art that you're very happy with. That is delightful. That is wonderful. Hello, Concrete Bar. Welcome back to the stream. How's it going? I hope you're having a wonderful day yourself. Welcome to the Holiday Hullabaloo. I hope you had a wonderful series of holidays if you are somebody who celebrates them. Brought my Wendigo. Can I feed it some chatters? No, unfortunately, you are not allowed to do that. Also, from my understanding, that word is not one we should be saying, so I shouldn't have said it either, because it's apparently the speaking of that word is actually something that is kind of taboo in their culture. So we kind of hold off on that. I do not know what games he's got. Oh, so he got the games himself, and his mom was like unaware, or like somebody else got him the games, maybe. Stable. That's for horses. I was thinking about horses, or perhaps even reindeer. You could say. Old bear. I'm not old. I'm young and vivacious and powerful. I have the brain of a 98-year-old, but I have the body of a 30-year-old. So it's fine. It balances out, I swear. Hello, Trash. What's up, baby? How's it going? Thank you for stopping by. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you had some fantastic holidays yourself. If you have any fun stories, you can feel free to share them as we roll into some more Holiday Hullabaloo carols. I have the brain of a 95-year-old, but for that I have the body of a 105-year-old. It's balanced out there for sure. Friend drew me, other friend drew Kira, and put them together on the title card back on SpongeBob Season 2, Episode 8, Christmas Who. Okay, I didn't recognize the SpongeBob part, or most of the characters, really, but that is very cool regardless. I was just like, that's some cool art, but yeah, all the stuff adding together there is very, very neat. It adds up, builds up. Why do you build me up? She did not know what games he got. Interesting. He just found them in the gutter somewhere. He's like, oh, these ones. Somebody had their car break open and dropped all their gifts. That explains the body stench. But I get GTA 5. Convince my 73-year-old grandma to go to Nosferatu with me. Oh, yeah? Shit. Never seen any adaptation of Dracula before. That had been very interesting. How did that go? I've seen some of the trailers for Nosferatu, and it's been very interesting. I'd like to check that out when I get the chance. I watched Gremlins last night for the first time in many, many years. What a delightful film. What an absolutely chaotic, insane film. I love Gremlins. My Mogwais, my little sweet baby Gizmo. Robert says, and the one who drew me drew another picture of me with Kieran and Carmine, and I have been filled with joy. You are getting all of the joy you could possibly have. Kieran is a name that I am not clicking on fully. I recognize the name, but I can't place it. Who is Kieran? And is Carmine the Carmine from Gears of War, or is there a different Carmine? I feel like these are things that I should know, and I probably do know. Pokemon DLC. Oh, right, that's one. That's it. That's where the name comes from. The Pokemon DLC. Yep, got it. I remember now. Because I haven't played it yet, but I've seen you talk about it, so the names are familiar because of that. That's where they came from, and that's why they look familiar. It's all coming together. I swear, my 95-year-old brain is catching up. It's getting there. Uncle found out and told her not to go. I was bummed. Oh, that sucks. That's very unfortunate. Is it because she would have been very, very frightened and not have enjoyed the experience? I thought it would have been kind of cool. Thank you, Bobber, for they call it hydration, not loseration. Drink. Stream it. No rush. It'll happen someday, I swear. Just might not be soon-ish. Told her it would be. Yeah, that's fair. You pre-warned her. She thought she was ready, but apparently other people didn't agree. She's a little full life and she rolled the dice. Honestly, respect for it. I like some of the grandparents, whether or not it was her herself doing it, but the grandparents who make jokes about their impending deaths is always really funny to me. It's like, yo, you know what? I respect the hustle and the confidence. Pop off, queen. It works now? What works now? What was unworking? Your brain? Your 95-year-old brain? Oh shit, okay, nice.
Behold.
Nicole, why do you say that like butthole? Nicole, it's behold. You can't blame this on your accent. Come on, Nicole. Get your shit together. Butthole. Thank you, Lionheart, for the butthole. I appreciate it. And I appreciate the 3-month streak on that Prime Gaming, which means you have now successfully claimed your 3-month subscriber badge. You got the periwinkle heart in your bear paw now. So thank you very much for your support. Thank you. I appreciate it tons, and I hope you enjoy your emotes. Brain's never working. Damn Twitch Prime sub finally goes through. It takes a while. Butthole. Give me a butthole anytime, baby. Speaking of buttholes, we're going to sing another song. It's got nothing to do with buttholes, but we're going to sing it anyways. So if you're looking forward to buttholes, I'm sorry. My apologies. We're just going to go Hawaiian, which is appropriate because I got this little Christmas pineapple here. Right? Mele Kalikimaka is the thing to say on a bright Hawaiian Christmas day. That's the island greeting that we send to you from the land where palm trees sway. Here we know that Christmas will be green and bright, the sun to shine by day and all the stars at night. Mele Kalikimaka is Hawaii's way to say Merry Christmas to you. Mele Kalikimaka is the thing to say on a bright Hawaiian Christmas day. That's the island greeting that we send to you from the land where palm trees sway. Here we know that Christmas will be green and bright, the sun to shine by day and all the stars at night. Mele Kalikimaka is Hawaii's way to say Merry Christmas to you. Dance break. I'm breaking it down. Breaking it down. Mele Kaliki, break it down. By the way, the pineapple was also altered by Penguin for Christmas festive seasons. Here we know that Christmas will be green and bright, the sun to shine by day and all the stars at night. Mele Kalikimaka is Hawaii's way to say Merry Christmas to you. Mele Kalikimaka is the thing to say on a bright Hawaiian Christmas day. That's the island greeting that we send to you from the land where palm trees sway. Here we know that Christmas will be green and bright, the sun to shine by day and all the stars at night. Mele Kalikimaka is Hawaii's way to say Merry Christmas, a very Merry Christmas, a very, very Merry, Merry Christmas to you. I've always enjoyed that song. It's a fun one. Changed it up a little bit. Have you checked out Linda 3 ever? I don't know if I have. Let me see. I think I've seen the art from it, but I've never actually played it. And I've seen some of the art from this. Very, very interesting, intriguing game. Maybe I should add that to my list. I have a long short list of games that I would like to play at some point. And this is an interesting one that I think would be a fun experience. Let me add that to the list. There. Might be a while, but someday we'll definitely check out Linda 3. Thank you for the suggestion. Whether or not you were suggesting it, you just asked if I had played it, but I'm going to take it as a suggestion. I just saw you're holding a pineapple. I am. It's a nice Christmas pineapple. The other sub emotes now, I already wonder where they went. They're right there, where you need them. Did you glue your balls to your butthole again, Q? Not today. Today we are safe. It's called Linda Cubed Again for the remastered version on PS1. It recently got a fan translation to English for the first time. There's lots of violence against animals as a heads up. Thank you for the heads up. I'll definitely keep that in mind. It won't That's something that I wouldn't say I'm fond of, but it doesn't bother me in media too much. But it's definitely something that would be something requiring a trigger warning for other people who might not.
Who did it?
Who did it? What happened?
Oh no, Gary Gore cheered. X100. Melee Kaliki Makaku.
Thank you, Gary, for the 100 bits. You're very, very sweet. Did you just want to see how Nicole would say that? She's trying her best out here. She just recently got back on my whitelist, on my good graces, after she gave me all kinds of grief about trying to like support her and like give her money for doing the work that she does. But after that whole shenanigans, I tried hiring a different person. Didn't quite work out with them either. So Nicole's back again now, getting some support here, but she's on thin ice, gotta say. Christmas pineapple seems to me like my Christmas curry I used to make. That sounds tasty. That sounds like I would like that. How is the Christmas curry created? What does it have in it? What are the flavors? Merry belated Christmas. Hello, Lost Boy. Welcome to the stream, and Merry belated Christmas and Merry Holidays to you as well. I hope you had a wonderful holiday season yourself. Thanks for stopping by this holiday hullabaloo. How's it going? What'd she do? Ask to be paid? Exactly. Yeah, she's an unpaid intern. She wants to be like supported and encouraged and like paid for her work. That's not how it goes here. You need to earn that right. And she's only been working here for like a year now. Like, you need to be here for a while. You gotta earn those stripes. Like Tony the Tiger says, it's not just good, it's exposure. How dare she? I can't believe it. Christmas curry is just curry I usually make, but I make it on Christmas instead. Fair enough. Colleagues hated this answer so much because they thought it was going to be special. It is special. You make it on Christmas. When else? Okay, you cannot have Christmas curry unless it's on Christmas, all right? So it just makes sense. It is special, and they should feel honored. You know what else makes people feel honored? Gary is here, and Gary had a request last time, so we're going to do Gary's request song now while he's still here. I don't want to do any of these requests while people fade away, potentially. There we go. I think, is this the one I use? I think this is the full song, potentially. That's right, we'll just sing over them. It's fine.
The big hand.
I'm Mr. White Christmas, I'm Mr. Snow. I'm Mr. Icicle, I'm Mr. 10 Below. Friends call me Snow Miser, whatever I touch turns to snow in my clutch. I'm too much. He's Mr. White Christmas, he's Mr. Snow. That's right, Mr. Icicle, he's Mr. 10 Below. Friends call me Snow Miser, whatever I touch turns to snow in my clutch. I never want to know a day that's over 40 degrees. I'd rather have it 30, 20, 10, 5 than let it freeze. Brr. He's Mr. White Christmas, he's Mr. Snow. He's Mr. Icicle, he's Mr. 10 Below. Friends call me Snow Miser, whatever I touch turns to snow in my clutch. Too much. I'm Mr. Green Christmas, I'm Mr. Sun. I'm Mr. Heat Blister, I'm Mr. 101. They call me Heat Miser, whatever I touch starts to melt in my clutch. Ha 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 ha, I'm too much. He's Mr. Green Christmas, he's Mr. Sun. He's Mr. Heat Blister. He's Mr. 101. Friends call me Heat Miser. Whatever I touch starts to melt in my clutch.
He's too much.
Thank you. I never want to know a day that's under 60 degrees. I'd rather have it 80, 90, 100 degrees. Well, some like it hot, but I like it really hot. He's Mr. Green Christmas, he's Mr. Sun. He's Mr. Heat Blister, he's Mr. 101. They call me Heat Miser. Whatever I touch starts to melt in my clutch. I'm too much. Too much. I love that song. That was one of my favorite holiday movies. It's such a classic. What a good time. That was definitely one of the ones that was like putting the lyrics up without the bouncing ball and as the song was happening. So there's a couple stumble blocks there, but I hope you enjoyed that. A fun song. It was a very fun song. I like it a lot. Robertson, speaking of underpaid employees who witnessed disturbing things, what was your plan about the DLC for Home Safety Hotline again? I'm going to try to get that done sometime in the near future. In the next week or two. I have to kind of wait and see how it shakes out. I'm probably going to slap it into the first week of January, I think, unless I can slip it in. Because I was thinking I could try to slip it in on the 29th, but I don't know how long it's going to take. And I still need to go into work that night, and it's probably healthier for me to take the day to just do other work, like setting up stuff for stream VODs. So otherwise, I could try to do it during the week of the 23rd, which is a night shift week. Sorry, the week of the 30th. Oh, no, I can't do that because holidays and work. Actually, you know what? I might be able to do it on the 30th. I could potentially do it on Monday the 30th. Because that is a day where I do not have to go into work the night of the 30th, I think. So we can give that a shot. You know what? I'm calling it right now. The 30th, Monday the 30th, we are doing Home Safety Hotline, the holiday special, before December ends. It'll work out. We'll get there. Home Safety Hotline, holiday, or seasonal worker, December 30th. Thank you for asking me again, because I was fully in the brain space of I'll probably have to do that the first full week of January. But no, I can probably make it work on the 30th. I guess no one that sings that? Nice. Excellent song for sure. Thank you all for bopping and jamming. Rhymes degrees to degrees. He ain't spitting fire. It is very much hot fire. Over 100 degrees. There's so much that Alex almost say your name. He says Kuber. That is so cute. That's really, really cute. What a lovely little fact. That's getting there. That's some good language there for sure. I mean, that's also how some people with certain accents say my name. The Kuber. Like Toki says Kubar sometimes, unless she emphasizes the V very hard. It comes out as Kubar with her Spanish accent. Kind of a cute name too, the Kuberiety. Uva is my favorite Kuber. There's some good ones out there for sure. Playing Mario Kart. You're doing it. And speaking of songs that we are doing that have also been requested, Bobbert requested a song as well that I hope that I can remember now. Because I've listened to it a couple times since it was requested. And I'm worried that this version is not the right version because it's a karaoke version, but it doesn't have the weird... Here, but let's try this one. This one might work out. Let me just jump ahead and look at the words as they pop up and see if it... Okay, this should work. We'll do it. We got this. Bobbert suggesting My December by Linkin Park for a nice little holiday song. How is the music volume, by the way? We're a couple songs in, so hopefully it's decently leveled for most of this. I mean, some songs will be different than others, of course, but hopefully the general volume has been okay. Good? Nice. Thank you, Bobber. This is my December. This is my time of the year. This is my December. This is all so clear. This is my December. This is my snow-covered home. This is my December. This is me alone. And I wish that I didn't feel like there's always something I missed. And I take back all the things I said to make you feel like that. And I just wish that I didn't feel like there was something I missed. And I take back the things I ever said to you. And I'd give it all away just to have somewhere to go to. Give it all away to have someone to come home to. This is my December. These are my snow-covered trees. This is me pretending. This is all I need. And I just wish that I didn't feel like there was something I missed. And I take back all the things I said to make you feel like that. And I
Universe, everything
just
is
wish that I didn't
subject
feel like there was something I missed. And I take back the things I ever said to you. And I'd give it all away just to have somewhere to go to. Give it all away to have someone to come home to. This is my December. This is my time of the year. This is my December. This is all so clear. Give it all away just to have somewhere to go to. Give it all away to have someone to come home to. Give it all away just to have somewhere to go to. Give it all away to have someone to come home to. Perfectly done. No issues, not once. Thank you for jamming out. I appreciate that, Bobbert. Thank you, Draco Fizz, for rolling in. The answer to life, the universe, everything is sub into Q. For 42 months! Yeah, I didn't even look at the month count. I was like, that's 42. How does that make sense? Like, oh, wait, is it 42? It is 42, in fact. So thank you very much, Draco Fizz, for 42 whole ass, entire ass months of being subscribed from the very beginning of time on into infinity. The answer to life, the universe, and everything. 42 itself. I hope you had a wonderful holidays. Hope you're doing well today. Hope your week is serving you well in every way, shape, and form it can. Thanks for stopping by. How are you doing? Lionards is a big YouTuber I regularly watch. Also uploaded a video on Rat Shakers. I get to watch it twice. First, my favorite streamer, then my favorite YouTuber. So the youth refers to it as an epic victory royale, I believe. That does sound like an epic victory royale to me, if I do say so myself. Who is the YouTuber, by the way, if you don't mind my asking? I am curious. Because I don't watch a lot of YouTubers, as has been made very clear by my unawareness of them. Smitty, okay, yeah, I do not know that. I feel like I might have seen that name before, but I do not know them strictly. So I was just wondering, like, is there a chance I know who it is? But it's kind of like I think maybe, but I'm not sure. Regardless, I hope you enjoyed that. I hope that's some good rat-shaking times out here. Wondering how you deal with Mike's parts. You know, we're just doing what we can. If I listened to it a couple more times, I might have been able to do it a little bit better, but I couldn't remember all of it. I hope it was good enough for you. Hope you enjoyed it. Ah! Yeah, the I was like, I don't remember the strictly in my brain, so I'm just going to scream. Funny the way you sing it, like inflection and stuff, when I'm so familiar with how the original sounds. That is one of the fun things that we do here on the Kuvar Variety Show, is that when I sing my Kuvar versions of karaoke, because either I don't know them well enough, or I'm just kind of fumbling around and messing it up in some ways, it's always the Kuvar version, so it's a little bit different. We could call it a cover, a karaoke cover in some ways. For other content creators that don't call them by name in other people's chats, unless specifically asked by the streamer. Indeed, yep. That's generally, in most cases, the more polite thing to do, because a lot of people see that as like promoting other content in some ways. But in most cases, I'm down to hear about it just out of curiosity, but I do appreciate the waiting for me to ask. Because, like, in my opinion, just mentioning other people isn't necessarily, like, promoting. Like, if you talk about your own stuff, sometimes it could be like seen as like, oh, you're talking about it in chat because you're trying to promote yourself in some ways. But in a lot of the cases, unless you're saying like, hey, I'm going to leave right now to go watch this because this person's cooler than you, it's like, oh, it's chill. If you do that, it's like, no, that's pretty rude. Really love that you react to a 42-month subscription and a 35-stream streak with similar enthusiasms. It's all really exciting stuff. I don't know if I need to, like, add more enthusiasm, because I don't want to, like, be forcing something, but, like, I'm just excited and happy to see it. It's very, very kind and sweet, and always somewhat baffling to see people having that level of support for me. So what can I say? I appreciate all the support, every way you can encourage me. No reason to leave for a YouTube video or stream, luckily. Yeah, that makes sense. One is live, one is not. It's the live show experience. And you know what else is live right now? We are getting lively with a little bit of Jingle Bell Rock. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bells swing and jingle bells ring. Snowing and blowing up bushels of fun. Now the jingle hop has begun. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bells chiming, jingle bell time. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air, what a bright time, it's the right time to rock the night away. Jingle bell time is a swell time to go gliding in a one-horse sleigh. Giddy up, jingle horse, pick up your feet, jingle around the clock. Mix and mingle in the jingling beats. That's the Jingle Bell Rock. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bells chiming, jingle bell time. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air, what a bright time, it's the right time to rock the night away. Jingle bell time is a swell time to go gliding in a one-horse sleigh. Giddy up, jingle horse, pick up your feet, jingle around the clock. Mix and a mingle in the jingling beats. That's the jingle bell. That's the jingle bell. That's the jingle bell rock. That's the jingle bell cock. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Robert says, when I sing that song myself, I just do the and I parts. I haven't even gotten close to memorizing what Mike is saying underneath it. That's fair, yeah. I mean, that works. That works. You get the spirit of it in there. Jingle balls, indeed. Not sure why, but this one makes me think of being a kid at my grandparents' house. I imagine my grandma played it a lot, probably. I had my Spotify Christmas karaoke playlist playing in my pocket on my phone at work while I was running around doing inventory. Because, like, nobody was there except for, like, some salaried people. So I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to play some music while I do this. Joelle went down to get some food. Merry Christmas and such. That's wonderful to hear. I hope that the food is very tasty. How was your Christmas? Merry Christmas to you as well. Did you have any fun holiday adventures? Any good gifts? What have you been playing recently? What you getting up to? Jingle balls, jingle balls, jingle balls, cock. Perfect. Christmas, jingle, indeed. Hello, Penguin. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a wonderful, fantastic day. I hope you rested well. How is it going? Pleasure to see you, as always. Merry Christmas! That's it. That's the time. And you know what else? You know what else is the time? It is time to move from the Jingle Bell Rock to rocking around the Christmas tree. How's that for a segue? Rocking around the Christmas tree at the Christmas party hop. Mistletoe hung where you can see every couple tries to stop. Rocking around the Christmas tree, let the Christmas spirit ring. Later we'll have some pumpkin pie and we'll do some caroling. You will get a sentimental feeling when you hear voices singing, let's be jolly. Deck the halls with boughs of holly. Rocking around the Christmas tree, have a happy holiday. Everyone dancing merrily in the new old-fashioned way. You will get... Why would you put the lyrics up that early? What's wrong with you? Merry Christmas. You will get a sentimental feeling when you hear voices singing, let's be jolly. Deck the halls with boughs of holly. Rocking around the Christmas tree, have a happy holiday. Everyone dancing merrily in the new old-fashioned way. Yeah, we did it. No, we're not singing The Little Mermaid. That's not a Christmas song. Stop it, YouTube. Thank you all for greeting each other. You're very cute, very sweet. Just woke up, so I'm all a little wonky. A little wonky Christmas. Yeah, you keep rolling in right after waking up. Struggling with the typing. But I hope that you slept well, and I hope that you wake up quickly and readily to enjoy the remainder of your day. And if you want to spend any of that day with us, we're singing some songs. We'll be reading some stories in a little bit. Lyric videos suck. They can be very difficult sometimes. They can be a little rough. It's the inconsistency, really, like, fucks with me a lot. Speaking of inconsistency, this actually has nothing to do with inconsistency, but what I'm going to say is we're going to sing another Christmas song. Big shocker, big surprise. But today, the song is going to be Last Christmas. Because things have changed since last Christmas. And that's where the inconsistency comes into play. See, it all makes sense. Segues. Segues, baby. Oh, ah, ah. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. No. Bow. Bow now 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 now. Bow now 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 now. Bow now 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 now. Once bitten and twice shy, I keep my distance, but you still catch my eye. Well, tell me, baby, do you recognize me? Well, it's been a year, it doesn't surprise me. I wrapped it up and sent it with a note saying I love you, I meant it. Now I know what a fool I've been, but if you kiss me now, I know you'd fool me again. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away, gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away, gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Oh, oh, baby. Oh, oh, oh. Crowded room, friends with tired eyes. I'm hiding from you and your soul of ice. But God, I thought you were someone to rely on. Me, I guess I was a shoulder to cry on. A face on a lover with a fire in his heart. A man undercover, but you tore me apart. Ooh, now I found a real love, you'll never fool me again. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away again. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away again. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special, special. A face on a lover with a fire in his heart. A man undercover, but you tore him apart. Maybe next year I'll give it to someone. I'll give it to someone. I'll give it to someone special. Special. Someone. Last Christmas, wowee. Can't understand when people upload a video that is having a lot of flaws like audio noise spikes or wrong subtitles. I mean, I can understand it as somebody who does things wrong and bad myself sometimes. Sometimes it just doesn't work how you want, and you can't always fix it, or you don't realize it's bad, and you just do it anyways. And sure, you may want people to put in a little extra effort beyond that, but I already work too hard, as has been quoted by many people, so I'm doing my best. And I would like to believe they're doing their best as well. Probably easy fixes, I'd imagine. On the other hand, I know nothing about video and sound editing. I'm just an end consumer. No, the subtitles can be a lot of effort sometimes. I think I've never actually added custom subtitles to anything myself, I don't think. But it seems like a lot of work, depending on how it's done. If it's in the encoder, like in YouTube, I think there's a direct way you can add that in. So that should be a little bit more like a get it done. Though it's not necessarily an easy fix if there are a lot of words. So you gotta watch the entire video and type them out, all the words as they're happening, which can take a lot of effort there. And audio spikes, sometimes you don't notice them when they're happening. Sometimes you don't know they're there. Generally, if you're making like a pre-edited video, you're doing some sort of audio editing on that to make it a little more cohesive. But for me, I just upload straight stream VODs with maybe some edits to cut out like the extra downtime like during BRBs and stuff. So I don't do any of that. So there might be some audio spikes here, but I do have a compressor set up on my microphone in OBS. So in most cases, it doesn't spike too badly. It's not perfect. Yeah, there's some science to it for sure. Reminds me of listening to Last Christmas Cross Limp Bizkit mashup before the season ends. You're welcome. I'm glad I could help out with that. Could we get the Christmas song for the old Coca-Cola commercial? Always love them. I would need you to tell me what that song is, because I don't know off the top of my head what the Christmas song from the Coca-Cola commercial is. It might be in the list, possibly, but I don't know off the top of my head. But for now, as we move on, thank you again all. Oh, Ash Frost, hello, sorry. I glossed over that somehow as I was talking about Christmas. Hello, Ash Frost, and welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a wonderful, fantastic day. Thank you for Wiggles. I hope you had a wonderful holidays. I hope it served you well. If you have any fun stories from the holidays or any particular gifts you may have received, if you celebrated and got some gifts that you particularly enjoyed, feel free to share those with us. I love to hear what people got and what made them happy. That goes for you as well, Penguin. I'm sorry I got distracted by you being tired, but now that you're awake, if you share some fun holiday stories, what your favorite gifts were, and how you enjoyed your holidays, feel free to share that. Perhaps it's the old Coca-Cola commercial Christmas carol, the OCCCCCC. I think you might be right. That could be it. Audio Specs I was referring to were on a relaxing video for progressive muscle relaxation. They put soft music over it. When it looped, it had the noise you get on an audio track when someone unplugs the audio plug from a microphone or headphones or something. That really was unhelpful for the video it was. That does sound like something they definitely should have fixed. That's not just like a oopsie doodles. That's a, hey, we're kind of ruining the entire theme of what we're trying to do here. So they definitely should have fixed that one. For sure. I definitely agree there. And now, to move away from Mele Kalikimaka and the Hawaiian Christmas we were celebrating together, we're now getting into the proper deep north Christmas that I have, where it's nothing but snow and cold all the time, every day. And I would not sing this myself. I mean, I will sing it, but I won't mean it when I say it, you know? Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Man, it doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought me some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow and snow. I mean, I guess if I had nowhere to go with snow, as long as the snow all melts and doesn't refreeze as ice by the time I have to go somewhere, you know? Like, you feel me? You on my side? When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you really grab me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. That was the short version of the song. I think there's a longer version I was listening to earlier today. Because I remember him going, delightful. Which he didn't do in this song. Melanie Thornton, holidays are coming. Hold on, let me mute my audio output capture. And let me just give a quick listen to this and see if I recognize the song. Because that is not on the list. But let's see if I know it well enough. Holidays are coming. Song. I almost typed SpongeBob instead of song, you know. Words that really mix together very easily. Let me just give it a little listen, a little peek. Holidays are coming, holidays are coming. Is this like some Lion King chanting music? I don't think I know this song, really. I don't remember these commercials that well, apparently. Coca-Cola's coming to your town. I'm sure this played during commercials in the holiday season. I just don't think I watched it or remember it that well. Holidays are coming, holidays are coming, holidays are... Is there a karaoke version of this? Three minutes and 50 seconds. Wow. Okay, I did not listen to the full version of it. I mean, I could try to give it a shot. I could try to give it a shot. Let's see. What could be the worst thing that could happen? The fact that I don't know how the song goes? Maybe I should listen to the song more. Because I listened to the 1-minute commercial version of it. And this karaoke is for a 4-minute version. Holidays are coming, holidays are coming, holidays are coming. Can I be the one audience member that's wearing a Santa hat? Roll initiative. Although you're the only person who's asked so far, so sure, yeah. If anybody else were asking, you'd have to fight over it, but... yeah, sure, you can be that guy. Roll for it! That's one of the things that if I had more time, if I got home from work more quickly, I was thinking about putting like little holiday stuff on everybody, like some scarves, some like reindeer antlers, but I didn't have the time for that because I got home from work a lot later than I thought I was going to be, so I didn't have time to set it all up, so I just slapped the one hat on. I was like, here we go, that's good. First come, first serve, and we gotta come fast because there's fish to catch. You know what, fuck it. We're doing a full-on Kuvar version karaoke of this song that I don't know, that I've listened to the 1-minute commercial version of it, and we'll see how messy it gets and see where it goes from there. Here we go. You're welcome. This is a Christmas miracle for all of you. Holidays are coming, 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 holidays are coming. Love for everyone. When the world is ever changing, light a candle in the dark. There's a source of inspiration in the air. Let the magic dry your tears and heal your heart. A wonderful dream of love and peace for everyone, of living our lives in perfect harmony. A wonderful dream of joy and fun for everyone, to celebrate, celebrate. a life where all are free. Now the children's eyes are shining like they never shone before. Let their dreams and aspirations light our way, living life in harmony forevermore. Wonderful dream of love and peace for everyone, of living our lives in perfect harmony. A wonderful dream of joy and fun for everyone, to celebrate a life where all are free. Celebrate a life where dreams come true. Love is the reason, it's always the real thing. Watch out, look around. Celebrate a life that's free. Watch out, look around. Love is coming, feel it all around. Bukkake, watch out, look around. Love is coming, feel it all around. Watch out, look around. Feel the love, it's a wonderful dream of love and peace for everyone, of living our lives in perfect harmony. A wonderful dream of joy and fun for everyone, to celebrate a life where all are free. One la 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 la. Celebrate a life where dreams come true. Love's the reason, it's always the real thing. So apparently that's the song that Holidays Are Coming comes from, but I didn't hear the commercial version of it in there at all. Like, that is the Holidays Are Coming song, but it's not. There was no holidays are coming, holidays are coming. Unless it was like the backing vocals that I was not being told to sing, which it could have been. But there, I hope you enjoyed that. I had no idea what that was at all. What'd you sneak in there? Nothing. I didn't sneak anything in there. What are you talking about? I'm glad you enjoyed it. Glad you had a good time. Thank you all for the pat cues, for the boppers, for the dances, for the shaking that ass from me. And now that the holidays have come, and it has snowed, you know what we're looking at? I'll tell you what we're looking at. Sleigh bells ring, are you listening? In the lane, snow is glistening. A beautiful sight, we're happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland. Gone away is the bluebird, here to stay is a new bird. He sings a love song as we go along, walking in a winter wonderland. In the meadow we can build a snowman, then pretend that he is Parson Brown. He'll say, are you married? We'll say, no, man. But you can do the job when you're in town. Later on we'll conspire as we dream by the fire, to face unafraid the plans that we've made, walking in a winter wonderland. In the meadow we can build a snowman, and pretend that he is Parson Brown. He'll say, are you married? We'll say, no, man. But you can do the job while you're in town. Later on we'll conspire as we dream by the fire, to face unafraid the plans that we've made, Walking in a winter wonderland. Walking in a winter wonderland. Walking in a winter wonderland. Bow, bow, bow. I just remembered that I was going to do something here for anybody who stops in afterwards, after the fact. We got to get rid of this patter cue. Somebody, as they say, somebody stop me! Bang, bang! Mr. President, get down! Bang, bang! Thanks, Obama. And then we'll edit the set list here to get the accurate songs we have sang so far. We started off with, of course, All I Want for Christmas Is You. Then we sang, what did we sing next? Mele Kalikimaka, I think? Yeah. Mele Kalikimaka is the thing to say on a bright Hawaiian Christmas day, if you really think about it. All things considered. And I believe we did Snow Miser versus Heat Miser. Then we did My December. This is my time of the year. Then we did the Jingle Bell Rock with that Jingle Bell Cock. Then we did Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree. Then we did Last Christmas. And of course, following that up with none other than Let It Snow. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. And then we had Holidays Are Coming. Definitely, that was the song we sang. And now Winter Wonderland. There we go. There's your full list. A rain bear on a stage? No rain bears here. Not once. In fact, look how mad I got about that. I got so mad. And I grew a mustache with how angry I was. But thank you for the dancing. I appreciate it. The dances and the wiggles. Now, after all of that, we can move on. Let's see. You know what? Can you sing Snowman by Sia? I don't know that song. But I already gave Lionheart a free holiday song that I don't know. So let me listen to this a little bit. And see, you know, we got a lot of songs to get through too. And then we got stories to read later as well. Just keep that in mind. Where were all these songs when I asked about this, like, the last two streams? The last two streams I asked, hey, does anybody have any song suggestions they'd like to hear during the Christmas karaoke? And you didn't say any of these songs. The only songs suggested were songs I already knew or My December, which I had the time to listen to a couple times before this. What the fuck? What is with you people? I gave you an out for this. I gave you an out. I gave you an option to make it easier on me. And you didn't give me shit. You gave me nothing. Nothing. I just remembered the song yesterday. You should have remembered earlier. Honestly, you should have just remembered earlier. Well, thank you. Now another Christmas song by Blink-182. I gotta do it. I already did one free for Lionheart, so I gotta do one for everybody, I guess, apparently. Tell that to my dementia, that 95-year-old brain, that 105-year-old body. I understand. All right, so she's singing a song about a snowman. I understand. Yep, this will definitely go perfectly. I see no way this could go wrong or go horribly. Snowman Sia karaoke. Okay. She just loves her snowman so much, apparently. Baby. And I'll queue up Not Another Christmas Song for after this, which I also need to listen to. Because I've probably heard Not Another Christmas Song, because I've listened to a lot of Blink-182 in my day, in my time on this earth. And where did I put it? I have so many windows open right now. I lost track of it. There it is. Thank you for the link, Gary. Karaoke version, rad. Thank you for making it a little bit easier on me here in this life. All right, I think I got the gist of the Snowman song. I won't say I got it, like, down pat, but I got the gist of it. Did I just sing a song, or did I just sing Winter Wonderland? I think Winter Wonderland was the last one I sang, right? My brain is melting like a snowman. It's appropriate for this song coming up. No problem, Rain Bear. I'll allow it just because it's Christmas. It's the only reason. All right, here we go. Another Kuvar version of a song that I've never heard before, aside from here while I was chatting. Don't cry, snowman, not in front of me. Who'll catch your tears if you can't catch me, darling? If you can't catch me, darling. Don't cry, snowman, don't leave me this way. A puddle of water can't hold me close, baby. Can't hold me close, baby. I want you to know that I'm never leaving, 'cause I miss the snow till death will be freezing. Yeah, you are my home for all seasons. So come on, let's go. Let's go below zero and hide from the sun. I love you forever, where we'll have some fun. Yes, let's hit the North Pole and live happily. Please don't cry, no tears, now it's Christmas, baby. My snowman and me. My snowman and me. My snowman and me. Baby. Don't cry, snowman, don't you fear the sun who'll carry me without legs to run, honey. Without legs to run, honey. Don't cry, snowman, don't you shed a tear. Who'll hear my secrets if you don't have ears, baby? If you don't have ears, baby. I want you to know that I'm never leaving, 'cause I miss the snow till death will be freezing. Yeah, you are my home for all seasons. So come on, let's go. Let's go below zero and hide from the sun. I love you forever, where we'll have some fun. Yes, let's hit the North Pole and live happily. Please don't cry, no tears, now it's Christmas, baby. My snowman and me. My snowman and me. Baby. I hope you enjoyed that one. I hope that was everything you hoped it would be. Thank you for the dances. Thank you for the vibes, the jams. Thank you for the wiggles and the patter-cues. Did find a few new songs you may not have done before. It's possible. Though at this point, you can suggest them, though I may not do them at this point, because I've given everybody one free one so far. But back, I had to find a Neverwinter Nights side quest about rats. Nice. Trying to be a Neverwinter Nights 2 module side quest about hamsters and ferrets. I can understand the confusion for sure, but I'm glad you found it. Congratulations on that, and welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. We're about to sing a song by Blink-182, and do it perfectly well, because I definitely know the song and have not been listening to it right now, immediately in this moment for the first time. Everyone gets Kuvar, gets one because Kuvar loves us. Wait for the next round of requests. I don't know if there's going to be another round of requests. You might just have to do a hey serenade for this one. Okay, I see what you're doing for Christmas. I'm listening to the song. I'm not just talking to myself. I'm listening to a song and talking to you about the song that I can hear but you can't. It makes sense, I promise. But 400 points away, you're nearly there. Very close. But there's probably a lot of songs that I've not done or sung before. Thank you for the dicks. Oh, dicks, I can't believe it. Okay. There's the solo I can jump through. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm going to try this. First time listening to it, let's give it a shot. This is not another Christmas song with Blink-182. I've not updated these. Hold on. Snowman. Not another Christmas song. Not another Christmas song. I hate to be a downer, but I spent too many hours crossing days off the calendar. It don't mean nothing to me, burned out like lights on a tree. Old songs, can't listen to these, fake a smile, but all I can see is empty boxes and trees. Another year, not in a coffin, growing up or whatever you call it. Sometimes you get what you got, but it's not what you wanted at all. This is not another Christmas song. Fa la 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 la. Fa la la, this is not another Christmas. Why can't we get divorced for Christmas? Cause it just isn't the same, just isn't the same. I miss the nights that we got twisted. I miss fucking in the rain. And now you're always angry, and I'm always saying I'm sorry. Depression's such a lonely business. Why can't we get divorced for Christmas? Another year, not in a coffin, growing up or whatever you call it. Sometimes you get what you got, but it's not what you wanted at all. This is not another Christmas song. Fa la 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 la. Fa la la, this is not another Christmas song. Fa la 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 la, fa la 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 la. This is not another Christmas song. Another year, not in a coffin, growing up or whatever you call it. Sometimes you get what you got, but it's not what you wanted at all. This is not another Christmas song. Another year, not in a coffin, growing up or whatever you call it. Sometimes you get what you got, but it's not what you wanted at all. This is not another Christmas. Another year, not in a coffin, growing up or whatever you call it. Sometimes you get what you got, but it's not what you wanted at all. This is not another Christmas song. I hope that I did that some level of justice for you. Thank you for the noms, the wiggles, and the patakus. Appreciate that. Thank you for dancing along. All right, there's one. There's 1, 2, 5 o'clock rock. We're not rocking right now. Instead, we are celebrating how all of the snow that we've had fall. I've heard of the night that assassinates people on Christmas. They made a song about him, Silent Night. Ooh, scary. I think I have heard about that. It's a silent night. He's a holy knight. He's like a paladin. Very spooky. But all this snow has fallen. This is a segue from like a couple songs ago. All this snow has fallen in this winter wonderland. So because of that, because of all the snow in the winter wonderland, yeah, right? That's right. Segues. That makes sense. With songs breaking up the segue, it's fine. Because it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere you go. Like a look in the 5 and 10, glistening once again, with candy canes and silver lanes aglow. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Toys in every store, but the prettiest sight to see is the holly that will be on your own front door. A pair of hop-along boots and a pistol that shoots is the wish of Barney and Ben. Dolls that will walk and will go for a walk in the hope of Janice and Jen. And Mom and Dad can hardly wait for school to start again. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere you go. There's a tree in the Grand Hotel, one in the park as well, the sturdy kind that doesn't mind the snow. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Soon the bells will start, and the thing that will make them ring is the carol that you sing right within your heart. A pair of hop-along boots and a pistol that shoots is the wish of Barney and Ben. Dolls that will talk and will go for a walk is the hope of Janice and Jen. And Mom and Dad can hardly wait for school to start again. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Soon the bells will start, and the thing that will make them ring is the carol that you sing right within your heart. Yeah, exactly like that. What's funny, that there was a pattern and an organization to the set list that was completely manhandled by everything else. Yeah, I suppose. Nailed it, 100%. No issues, no mistakes, not once. No mistakes! Looks like Christmas, all right. I can see it, and so can you with those big old binoculars. You can see it all. Thank you very much. And along with that, now that it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas, I think we can hope, as the ads descend down upon many of you, that together all of us can have a holly jolly Christmas. It's the best time of the year. I don't know if there'll be snow, but have a cup of cheer. Have a holly jolly Christmas, and when you walk down the streets, say hello to friends you know and everyone you meet. Oh, oh, the mistletoe is hung where you can see. Somebody waits for you, kiss her once for me. Have a holly jolly Christmas, and in case you didn't hear, oh, by golly, have a holly jolly Christmas this year. we're all dancing the Holly Jolly dance. It's where you just kind of wiggle back and forth. Sometimes you might do a little spin around, like the patter you. Oh ho, the mistletoe is hung where you can see. Somebody waits for you, kiss her once for me. Have a holly jolly Christmas, and in case you didn't hear, oh by golly, have a holly jolly Christmas this year. Wow. Thank you for eating that pineapple pizza, and thank you for the axolotl dances. Appreciate it. Very cool, very strong. Where's my list? And because we're having a holly jolly Christmas, you know what happens on Christmas? I'll tell you what. If you listen up, I'll explain it to you right now. Jimmy, I just came back from a lovely trip along the Milky Way. I stopped off at the North Pole to spend a holiday, called on dear old Santa Claus to see what I could see. He took me to his workshop, told his plans to me. Now Santa is a busy man, he has no time to play. He's got millions of stockings to fill on Christmas Day. You better write your letter now and mail it right away, because he's getting ready his reindeers and his sleigh. You better watch out, you better not cry, you better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. Santa Claus is coming to town. Santa Claus is coming to town. He's making a list, he's checking it twice. He's gonna find out who's naughty or nice. Santa Claus is coming to town. Santa Claus is coming to town. Santa Claus is coming to town. He sees when you are sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. You better watch out. You better watch out. You better watch out. You better watch out. Santa Claus is coming to town. Santa Claus is coming to town. Santa Claus is coming to town. You better watch out. 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 Little tin horns, little toy drums, Rudy Toot Toots and Rummy Tum Tums, curly head dolls, the toddle and coo, elephants, boats, and kitty cars too. Santa Claus is coming to town. Santa Claus is coming to town. Santa Claus is coming to town. The kids in girl and boy land will have a jubilee. They're gonna build a toyland all around the Christmas tree. You better watch out, you better not cry, you better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. 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 He's coming for you. Yes, I have heard the night that assassinates people on Christmas. You thought it was the Silent Night? No, it's Santa Claus. He's coming for you. And he'll bring out the chancleta, the chancla, if you pout or cry. Absolutely. Think about the patter cues. And since Santa Claus is coming to town, what else can we say? Well, I'll tell you what. If Santa Claus is coming to town, then obviously... Here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. Vixen and Blitzen and all his reindeers pulling on the reins. Bells are ringing, children singing, all is merry and bright. So hang your stockings, say your prayers, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. He's got a bag that's filled with toys for boys and girls again. Hear those sleigh bells jingle, jangle, oh, what a beautiful sight. So jump in bed and cover your head, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Bow, 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 down, bow, 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 bow. Here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. He doesn't care if you're rich or poor, he loves you just the same. Santa Claus knows we're all God's children, that makes everything right. So fill your hearts with Christmas cheer, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. He'll come around when chimes ring out that it's Christmas morn again. Peace on earth will come to all if we just follow the light. We're all dying here tonight, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. Vixen and Blitzen and all his reindeer pulling on the reins. Bells are ringing, children singing, all is merry and bright. Hang your stockings and say your prayers, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. If I have anything to say about it, he will. I saw Kuvar kissing Santa Claus? Then you weren't watching long enough. Never mind, Kuvar, you hoe. Well, it's for Christmas. It's for Christmas. It's for Christmas, okay? Here, let me tell you the story about what happened. Why don't I just tell you right now what happened? Listen up. This will give you all you need to know. Santa baby, just slip a sable under the tree for me. Been an awful good girl, Santa baby, so hurry down the chimney tonight. Santa baby, a 54 convertible to light blue. I'll wait up for you, dear Santa baby, so hurry down the chimney tonight. Think of all the fun I've missed. Think of all the fellas that I haven't kissed. Next year I could be just as good if you check off my Christmas list. Santa baby, I want a yacht, and really that's not a lot. Been an angel all year, Santa baby, now hurry down the chimney tonight. Santa honey, one little thing I really need, the deed to a platinum mine, Santa baby, so hurry down the chimney tonight. Santa cutie, and fill my stocking with the duplex and checks. Sign your X on the line, Santa cutie, and hurry down the chimney tonight. Come and trim my Christmas tree with some decorations bought at Tiffany's. I really do believe in you. Let's see if you believe in me. Santa baby, forgot to mention one little thing. Alright, I don't mean on the phone, Santa baby, so hurry down the chimney tonight. Hurry down the chimney tonight. Hurry tonight. It's just the way it goes, you know? Oh my. Take care, Eyes of Trash. Get some good cooking in. I hope it goes well for you. I hope it's absolutely delicious. Thank you for hanging out with us for a while. And let me tell you, after I beckoned Santa down the chimney so quickly, let me tell you what happened after that. Let me tell you, after I did that to Santa, you could say it was a white Christmas. Come! Dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. Oh, the snow. I said I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white. I said I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and the children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. The snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your days, may your days, may your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white. That's right. I hope you all can come beautifully. A beautiful Christmas ejaculation for everybody. From me to you. That's right. For the holidays, Kuvar here to say it's okay. You can come now. You're welcome. And Merry Christmas! I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your days, may your days, may your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white. All right, so we got that in there. We got that out of the way. I think that now that we've been able to... Thank you, Gary, for the emo combinations, by the way. All of them have been excellent. Kill them all. Penguin's cyber powers punch people who are mean to me. I mean, that helps. Disintegrations in a Christmassy manner. All the guns. Thank you, Gary, for helping out as well. Laser penguin beams that are green and red. You're welcome. But hey, what really makes this the most wonderful time of the year? Is it family? Is it presents? Is it snow? Is it coming finally after edging for so long? Some would say it's all of the above. It's the most wonderful time of the year, with the kids jingle belling and everyone telling you be of good cheer. It's the most wonderful time of the year. It's the happiest season of all, with those holiday greetings and gay happy meetings when friends come to call. My friends are gay! It's the happiest season of all. There'll be parties for toasting, marshmallows for toasting, and caroling out in the snow. I definitely said there's parties for toasting. There'll be scary ghost stories and tales of the glories of Christmases long, long ago. We're burning it down! It's the most wonderful time of the year. There'll be much mistletoeing and hearts will be glowing when loved ones are near. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Yeah, we're toasting parties. We're reading ghost stories. There'll be parties for toasting, marshmallows for hosting, and caroling out in the snow. There'll be scary ghost stories and tales of the glories of Christmases long, long ago. It's the most wonderful time of the year. There'll be much mistletoeing and hearts will be glowing when loved ones are near. It's the most wonderful time. Yes, the most wonderful time. Oh, the most wonderful time of the year. Bow, 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 bow. It is the most wonderful time of the year, isn't it? Oh, that patter cue's getting in the way of the set list again. Put 'em up. Put your dukes up. Put your dukes up. Not going down without a fight. Oh, you brought fists to a fist fight? Well, I brought a kitchen gun. Bang, 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 bang. Mr. President's down once again. Gooning 100%. 100% gooning all the way, just like Mob Psycho 100. He's hitting that 100% and he's coming. All right. Penguin. Bring fists to a fisting fight. A rare treat. Penguin, are you awake enough now to join me for something? And just to be clear so you don't freak out, I don't mean live. This is just a cute way to segue. Are you awake? Oh, yeah. Bear fists? No. B-A-R-E fists. B-A-R-E fists. E-fists. It's my E-fist. It comes across the computer through the internet out of your monitor. Take this. It's my E-fists for you. Bear fist. No, B-A-R... You're dyslexic, aren't you? Oh, shit. Okay, seems like Penguin is not quite awake enough, so we're going to move on instead to the song that was referenced by Gary earlier, why not? One that I definitely know well. You have sex daily, why'd you ask? Yeah, get it, let's go! Gamers having sex! Bearfest, it's a party, it's a full convention. Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all young virgin, mother and child. Guess who doesn't have sex daily? Holy infant, so tender and mild. Sleep in heavenly peace. Sleep in heavenly peace. Silent night, holy night, shepherds quake at the sight. Glories stream from heaven afar. Heavenly hosts sing Alleluia. Christ the Savior is born. Christ the Savior is born. I like to imagine there's two ways to interpret that. Like, one is an exclamation. Silent night, holy night, Son of God, love's pure light, radiant beams from thy holy face, with the dawn of redeeming grace. Jesus, Lord, at thy birth. Jesus, Lord, at thy birth? Don't worry, Gary, I know you weren't suggesting this song. It was on the list. Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright, round yon virgin mother and child. Holy infant, so tender and mild. We're eating babies, sleep in heavenly peace. Sleep in heavenly peace. That's right, this was all a song based around a modest proposal, the essay written in Ireland about how to manage overpopulation. That's what that was all in service of. There we go. Virgin mother and child? Oh, right. Yep, exactly. Both of them. Delicious. Tasty meals. All for us. Why did that scare me? That gave me a little startle. I think I hear the silent night. He's coming! He wasn't that silent, though, this time. This time he made a little noise. Pongwin, are you out there now? Or are you still disappeared? Are you still disappeared? Here, let's wind down a little bit and let's go a little bit of a espanol. We're singing some espanol here as we celebrate the Merry Christmases that we can all have together. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Prospero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Prospero año y felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año y felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año y felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año y felicidad. There we go. A little Feliz Navidad from me to you. The Navi Dad. Navi's dad? Hey, hello, listen. Like that? Hello, Penguin, welcome back. I hope whatever you were getting up to worked well for you. Are you ready now? I asked this a couple times, but you were gone. Are you prepared to help me out with a little something? And for anxiety's sake, don't worry, I don't mean live. It's just a cute little segue here. Are you ready to help me out? Can you give me a hand over here? For sure, cool beans. Thank you, I appreciate that. Let me just pop on over to this room, the green room, where I had you set up. Where is it? Nope. 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 There we go. That's the stuff. All right. Thank you very much, Penguin. I appreciate you helping out here. Huh. Hey. There she be. Why don't you take it away? And I will join along. This is a little quiet, but I can turn it up perhaps. There we go. That'll help a little.
I really can't stay.
Baby, it's cold outside.
I gotta go away.
Baby, it's cold outside.
This evening has
Been hoping that
so
you drop
very
in.
nice.
I'll hold your hands, they're just like
Mother will
ice.
start to worry.
Beautiful, what's
My
your
father will
hurry?
be pacing the floor.
Listen to the fireplace
So
roar.
really I'd better scurry.
Beautiful, please don't
Or
hurry.
maybe just a half a drink
I'll
more.
put some records on while I pour.
The neighbors might think.
Baby, it's bad out there.
Say what's in this drink.
No cabs to be had out there.
I wish I knew how.
Your eyes are like
to
starlight
break
now.
this spell.
I'll take your hat, your hair looks
I
swell.
had to say no, no, no.
Mind
sir.
if I move in
At least I'm
closer?
gonna say that I
What's the sense in
tried.
hurting my pride?
I really can't stay.
Baby, don't hold out,
Baby,
it's cold outside.
You're very pushy, you know?
I like to think of it as opportunistic. Yeah.
I simply must go.
Baby, it's cold outside.
The answer is no.
But baby, it's cold outside.
The welcome has been
How lucky that you dropped
so
in.
nice and warm.
Look out the window at that
My sister
store.
will be suspicious.
Gosh, your lips look
My brother
delicious.
will be there at the door.
Waves upon a tropical shore.
Man's mind is
Gosh, your
vicious.
lips are
Well,
delicious.
maybe just a cigarette more.
Never such a
Woman,
blizzard
so
before.
I gotta get home.
Baby, you'll freeze out there.
Say, lend me a coat.
It's up to your knees out there.
You've really been great.
I feel when I touch your hand.
Don't you see?
How can you do this thing to
There's
me?
bound to be talk tomorrow.
Think of my lifelong
At least
sorrow.
there'll be plenty in play.
If you caught pneumonia and died.
I really can't stay.
But baby, it's cold. Baby, it's cold outside.
Okay, fine. Just another drink then.
That took a lot of convincing. Thank you very much. Oh, she's gone. She's dead. She was obliterated. She was vaporized. We're back here. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine now. For the cash. Cha-cha-cha. Imagine pineapple maracas. It is absolutely a pineapple maraca, 100%. I hollowed it out and filled it with beans. The greatest remember. Hope you can keep up. I'll do my best. Do it. Is this pre-recorded, Pangu? Is this live? It is pre-recorded. Spoilers. A peek behind the curtain. Pre-recorded. That was recorded 2 years ago now, and I've used it every year because it's nice to have a pre-recorded, personalized duet to do. I hope you all enjoyed. Hope you could hear Penguin well enough. I know that it's a little bit quiet on the audio. I turned it up as loud as I could, I swear. Actually, hold it, baby. It's...
Did you know that the word papaya backwards is iapap, which in ancient Greek does not mean anything? This is because the word does not exist.
Oh my God. I never thought about it like that. Iapap. Iapap. Thank you. Thank you, Gary, for bringing this to my life and bringing this to light. I appreciate it so much. I never would have thought of this before. Now this is going to change my entire outlook on the future. Everything is changing now. Everything. Thank you, Gary. That was sick. Cool. Love you both. You're silly guys. Thank you very much. You're very sweet. And now we're going to sing our last song for today before we move on to some story time. Because we got to get it all done, and I can't stay up too late because I got to get up a little bit earlier for work tomorrow. So our last song for the day, our last song for this little Christmas karaoke is going to be Where Is It? Pull out those drums, baby. That's right. That little drummer boy is going to sing us a song. Play us a song, you're the drummer man. Play us a song tonight. Come, they told me, pa-rum-pum-pum-pum. A newborn king to see, pa-rum-pum-pum-pum. Pum-pa-rum! Our finest gifts to bring, pa-rum-pum-pum-pum. To lay before the king, pa-rum-pum-pum-pum, pum-pum-pum-pum, rum-pum-pum-pum. So to honor him, pa-rum-pum-pum-pum, when we come. Little baby, pa-rum-pum-pum-pum. I am a poor boy too, pa-rum-pum-pum-pum. I have no gift to bring, pa-rum-pum-pum-pum. That's fit to give our king, pa-rum-pum-pum-pum. Rum-pum-pum-pum. Rum-pum-pum-pum. Shall I play for you? Pum-pa-rum. on my drum. Mary nodded. Ba-rum-pum-pum-pum. The ox and lamb kept time. Ba-rum-pum-pum-pum. I played my drum for him. Pa-rum-pum-pum-pum. I played my best for him. Pa-rum-pum-pum-pum. Rum-pum-pum-pum. Rum-pum-pum-pum. Then he smiled at me. Pa-rum-pum-pum-pum. Me and my drum. 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 I'm glad that we ended on a song that I messed up the timing of the entire way through. It was a lot slower and a lot faster at points than I thought it was. So you call the baby, it's pawing outside. Let me in, I'm outside. I told you it was cold and you wanted to leave anyways. This is on you, not me. I warned you. Thank you, Gary, for the drums. And now, like I said, we're going to begin transitioning to some comfy, cozy holiday hullabaloo story time. But we're going to take a little break because I need to piss a lot. I'm so full of liquid right now. So feel free to take this time to go use the restroom yourself, take a little nap, get some food, get comfy, cozy, wrap yourself in a blanket burrito, and be prepared as we get to reading some holiday hullabaloo little songs here in just a moment. And don't miss, I am well set up to start reading. I'm clearly in my right mind and able to speak very coherently. Don't miss me too much. I'll be right back. Bye. Don't worry. I saw that you were all very cold, so I am here now to make you warmer. I hope that it helps. Let me know if the volume is all right for the little crackling in the background as we get to reading some nice stories. It's just so pong outside. I can't believe it. Very cold. Here, come on in, everybody. I'm sorry I left you outside for so long. Also, Gary, that is very cute. The little clapping penguin. That is very cute. It means nap time. Could be a nap time. You're not forgiven. What do you mean? I'm letting you all get in here where it's nice and warm. Oh, there was a house on fire. No, we're just relaxing very, very close to the fireplace. Can I feed my pet Wendigo some chatters? Unfortunately, I'm going to have to... I don't know if you heard me earlier when I said we want to not be saying that anymore, which I also am at fault because I just read it out loud. But... Oh... Penguin, what are you doing? Thank you very much, Penguin, for the Christmas gifts to all of these people. You're so very sweet. Please ignore the sounds. Thank you for thanking Penguin as well. But yeah, if you didn't hear me earlier, Concrete, I was saying that we don't want to say that word anymore because it's culturally insensitive. It's a word that has power in their culture, and they don't like it being said. So we try to avoid that. So I'm just going to delete that message, and please do not say that anymore, unfortunately. But thank you, Penguin, very much for the 5 gifted subs. And thank you, Valorant. Shoutouts to Valorant for being a huge homie for the channel. This stream is sponsored by #Valorant. We got subs. Oh, Gary got one. Concrete got one. Corifice got one. Wispin, Hinata. Bunch of great names there. Yep. You are back indeed, Gary. Welcome back into the Kuv Army, but harder this time with money. Enjoy your new access to all of the emotes again. Thank you very much. A lot of big names there. A lot of big names got that. And then Valorant gave it to Bot Twizzy, and Air got one as well. Nice. Good for them. Thank you for gifting so much, Pongwin. You're very, very sweet. I appreciate that. And Merry Christmas to all who got these wonderful gifted subscriptions. I hope you all enjoy your wonderful emotes. Fantastic emotes made by many wonderful people. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people of native heritage say that the word itself is actually something that's not supposed to be said culturally, and so when they see people like throwing it around, it's very insensitive towards that because it's supposed to have like a lot of power to the word. So with Prime, you did indeed. Thank you very much. Enjoy your new emotes, Concrete. Thank you for the Paddock Q spins. Is Skinwalker okay? I think Skinwalker's okay. That I'm not as sure about. I think that's fine, probably. I've only seen them say the W word is bad. Because I know that a lot of people got really upset about Until Dawn and the way it portrayed all of that. Any hoodle doodle, we're getting to our second half of our Holiday Hullabaloo as we read some fun stories. So as I read these stories, as always, I may not be reading chat immediately because I'll be kind of reading the story itself. I may take a little peek here and there, otherwise we'll catch up on chat after the story is completed. Feed my pet Skinwalker some chatters. Unfortunately, no. Unless they volunteer themselves, I cannot allow them to be eaten. There need to be full consent on both sides for them to be eaten in this way. Knowledge acquired, indeed. It's something I learned not too long ago, so something interesting that I thought was important to share. Any volunteers to be eaten? All right, our first story for today is a little story called YourFaceYourPorn.mov, which is basically a movie file called Your Face, Your Porn. Catch up on chat? You mean you're not actually behind, but just ignoring us? In fact, yes. While I'm reading, I'm very much ignoring you. But I'll catch up when the time comes. Enjoy your lurk, Pongwin. Get comfy, cozy. Thank you for being your life, bud. I'm powered via this. I hope you have a wonderful nap. Take care, and thank you so much again for the gifted subs. You are very sweet. He's very hangry. YourFaceYourPorn.mov. My wife tells me she's cheating on me about halfway through dinner. I work my way through the potatoes, the beans, and most of the meat before replying. Who? That doesn't matter. It very much does matter, I think. I imagine a 6'4", muscular, chiseled Greek god of a man fucking my wife. I think about the way he holds her. Is he gentle? Rough? And the noises she makes for him? Is she quiet? Does she scream for him? Michael.
Who did it?
I'm working on the last of the chicken at this point.
Oh no, your _lil_snowflake cheered.
Snowflake! Hello, Snowflake. Welcome to the stream. Happy holidays, merry holidays. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the 250 bits. You are very, very sweet. And you've activated a hype train now. Thank you. You're incredibly kind. I hope you had a wonderful holidays. This actually goes to all the people that popped in recently, Concrete and Snowflake. I got a little distracted with the songs and the getting set up for streams, reading stuff. But I hope you had some wonderful holidays. If you celebrate the holidays, feel free to share some of your fun stories with us or any good gifts you may have received if you had any. But thank you very much, Snowflake. You are very sweet and very kind. I hope your week and your holidays serve you very well. Thank you so much for activating this hype train. You are very, very kind. And thank you, Lionheart and Concrete, for the readings, the Q readings, as well as the sips and the cozies. And thank you for greeting Snowflake as well. What a time to come in as we're talking about how our wife is cheating on us. I'll get back to that so we can figure out what the fuck's going on. But thank you very, very much.
Who did it?
Who did it? What happened?
Oh no,
Snowflake!
_lil_snowflake cheered. X500. My holiday is well.
That's great. I'm really glad to hear that. Thank you so much for the 500 bits now. Damn. Well, that is quite the way to announce that your holiday as well, but I'm very glad to hear that. That is wonderful. Absolutely deserved. You are an absolute sweetheart, and your enthusiasm, encouragement, and support is very, very kind and very appreciated. I ate a little chocolate as a celebration. Sorry about different Twitch emote. No, no worries. I know there are some crazy people out there who get really upset if you use emotes from other channels on their channels. That seems dumb to me. You have these emotes, you got them, they're exciting, they're fun, feel free to use them. Snowflake! Please ignore the sound effects, it's not important. Don't look at the image, it's totally fine. Thank you so much, Snowflake, for gifting 5 tier subs. And prompting our homeboy Valorant to give 3 as well. Thank you, Valorant, very much for your support. The stream really is sponsored by Valorant today, apparently. But thank you very much. That's so incredibly kind of you. You are so kind and sweet. You are just a little snowflake, a little sweetie pie. The gifted subs from Valorant went to Snake Wrangler, Lost Boy, and Indigo Faye. Nice. Good names there. And thank you, Snowflake, for the subs to Alex is Cool, Shadow Gamer God, Savannah Pure, Eyes of Trash got one, and so did Jasper. Oh, amazing. Thank you very, very much for all these emotes. I hope that everybody enjoys their new access to the emotes, all these gifted subs. And I hope that they all find it in themselves to thank you if they stop into chat when they roll back in. So thank you very, very much. Thank you for the hearts. And hearts right back at you. Thank you for the level 4 hype train. You, holy shit. It's been a long time since I've seen a hype train. That is wild. That is a new time to be alive out here. But thank you very much. You're so kind and sweet. And thank you for all the spins, Concrete. Many, many spins. And thank you for the applause. The applause for you, Snowflake. For you and your kind heart. Thank you. And with that, we go back to yourfaceyourporn.mov. Which now with the story, I need to stop eating this chocolate. Who put this chocolate in front of me? You're not supposed to talk and chew at the same time. So this guy's wife is cheating on him. That's what we got so far. I'm working on the last of the chicken at this point, wondering if she's ever fucked both of us in the same day. Michael, listen to me. I want a divorce. I watched her for a while. Her jaw, the hollow of her neck. Is he better? What? That's the sound my wife makes when that other guy fucks her. That's right. Hashtag gamer bros. Let's go. I'm a cuck. Thank you, Gary, for the turtle laws. I appreciate it. Cucked again, once again. I can't believe it. Thank you very much for the bits and the turtle noises. Is he better? What? Is he better than me? She purses her lips. I think she's going to tell me that he's just different, that she's sorry it had to be like this, and that she still loves me, really, deep down. That it was a mistake and no one could be better than me, but instead she replies, Yes, Michael, he's better than you. She tells me that she's staying in the house until she finds a place to rent whilst we sort this out. I say that maybe I should have the bed, and she tells me that, trust me, you don't. In our bed? Sleep on the couch, Michael. And so that's where I find myself, working my way through a bottle of expensive scotch I'd saved for a special day, and browsing the internet. My browsing is aimless, filthy, meandering. I lurch from website to website, going nowhere. That is, until I see an ad. Your face, your porn. All one word. Do you want to live out your most disgusting, most depraved fantasies? Do you want to see yourself do it? Using state-of-the-art deepfake technology, we're able to show you what your deepest desires actually look like. See them played out across the screen. The things you've only spoken of in whispers, that you've never even admitted to yourself. Take control of your life. Be the best version of yourself you can be. This is your face, your porn, your reality. Been sitting on that button this whole time. You were waiting for it, I see. Glad you're all enjoying the story so far. A little bed on fire. Indeed. I'm in a fuck it sort of mood, more than a little drunk, and I think this might be the best way to get back at her. I don't even have to leave the comfort of my own home, and I can see what I'd look like doing whatever I want. All those things I never told her, the things she would never do, I can see it. The ad is blank aside from the text on the white screen. That and a tacky gif of red lips blowing a kiss before running their tongue along their teeth. I watch the mouth on the ad blow kiss after lurid kiss at me and start to feel convinced. They'll superimpose my face convincingly into any situation, and I'll watch myself carry out my darkest, deepest desires. There are different packages: celebrity, fetish, slice of life, narrative, and on, but one in particular catches my eye. Surprise me. And so, squinting so that I can read the numbers on my credit card, I subscribe. I fill out a quick form, what I'm into, my kinks, my age, name, and that sort of thing. It then requires me to take a video of my face from different angles. That makes me cycle through a few basic facial expressions, take a sample of my voice saying a few basic sentences. Not long after, I pass out. I awake to a vicious hangover, and a notification on my phone. An email containing the first video. Your face, your purchase.mov. It's really me, or at least it looks exactly like me. It's night, and fake me seems to be followed by a camera. Fake me spends the evening going into various shops around town and buying tape, and an apple from each store. He seems to make the cashiers nervous, and one girl even starts shaking while she tries to find the code for the tape when it won't scan. He is impatient, raps his knuckles on the desk, calls her a bitch under his breath as he leaves. Wide shot. He walks down the street past the glass window. The cashier is crying silently inside. That's it. I try to click forward to see if there's anything else, but that's it. I watched the whole thing expecting it to be the build-up to something, but no. Instead, all I see is something that looks exactly like me drive around town and buy apples and tape. I try to see if I can find the website again to cancel my subscription, but I can't find anything. I try and look through my history, but it's not there. In fact, there's just an empty gap between 1 and 3 a.m. Well, so it isn't porn. The technology behind it is still amazing. The person on the screen looks exactly like me. I don't go to work. I watch TV, drink beer, smoke inside. My wife, and she is still my wife, complains. I don't listen. Around 6 p.m., I receive another email. Your face, your gums.mov. Spin party with Nero. Hey, no worries. You're totally fine. A little spin party with Nero? Absolutely. Thank you for the hype elves. Beautiful. Is that the emo we got for the hype train? Thank you all for the hype train. Thank you, Penguin, Gary, and Snowflake for contributing to that. It was very sweet of you, and I appreciate it. What's the porn category where you work overtime and get paid straight time? That's just, I think that's corporate. Or capitalism or something. Something like that. You absolutely getting fucked in that case. Your face, your gums.mov. The camera is focused on the me that isn't me sat at a table. He's answering questions. It's my voice. My voice. He says he is sorry. He says he does not know. No, he never knew. He is fiddling with something in his mouth above his teeth. He has never heard that name before. He says if they insist, but it's not like he'll like it. The voice behind the camera laughs. Close-up of his mouth. There's a thick black hair protruding from his gum, just above his teeth, and he's trying to wiggle it loose. It isn't working until it does. And he pulls out a knot of tangled hairs from the pink of his gums. And they keep coming and coming and coming until there's nearly a foot of hair, and with each tug it wobbles his front 2 teeth a little. He says this has never happened to him before. The voice behind the camera laughs again. I don't sleep that well that night. Something about the videos has unsettled me. They're too realistic, and watching that fake me fiddle with his gums made my mouth hurt. I say nothing to my wife when she comes in, make no effort to tidy the takeaway box from the table. She looks at me for a long, long time, as if something is building up inside of her, some thought or opinion about me she's always wanted to tell me, and I watch as it almost bursts out her lips. And then nothing. I hear something looking through our bins as I try to sleep. A raccoon? Someone homeless? They disappear when I get up to look. The notification wakes me up. Another video. I try to reply to the address that's sending me these, telling them I want them to stop, but the email bounces back. I have no choice but to watch. yourfaceyourtrash.mov. The me that can't possibly be me is eating at a new table, but the whole table is covered in trash. Dirt, empty cans, pizza boxes, rotting fruit, bones, tiny crawling things, etc., etc. There are flies buzzing aimlessly about. He is shoveling as much as he can in his mouth. Coffee grounds spilled on his chin and he coughs. He keeps looking to the left at the camera after swallowing. He winces, pulls something from his mouth. A razor. He has bitten a razor. His blood is dark and thick and mixes with the coffee grounds that dribble down his chin, so that it looks lumpy and black. It coats his shirt and his hands as he attempts to wipe his face. He looks to the left of the camera again and continues eating. At this point, I consider deleting my email account. Something is wrong here. There's something in these videos that's beyond unsettling. I don't remember pulling half those facial expressions, and his reactions are just like mine. It's too real. That's my wince. That's the wince of pain I know I do when I stub my toe or stand on a thumbtack and bite my tongue. But when I get up to fix myself a drink, I find my wife's car gone. And I know that she's with him. With this guy she's fucking. I feel a stab of self-loathing that goes so deep it pierces my stomach. It makes me retch. I watch the video again. Evening comes. yourfaceyouranger.mov. He is carrying a bunch of grapefruit in his arms in the street. A small, old man bumps into him and the fruit go flying. They make this wet pop as they hit the floor. And in the noise, you can hear the fibers that held the fruit together tear. The man is knocked over. The me that looks too much like me sees someone nearby drinking from a thermos, and grabbing it, empties the scalding water all over the fallen man's face. Close up, the me that shouldn't be me spits on him, and winks at the stunned crowd watching. The fallen man moans and spasms. I don't know why, but I sort of like this one. The noise of the fruit is so satisfying, so visceral, and there's something triumphant about the way fake me snatches the boiling water and pours it over the man. Fake me is in control. That evening, my wife tells me that she doesn't think she ever loved me. Not like the way she loves her new man. And I come to think of it, I'm not much of a man at all. She says this whilst I try and wipe ketchup from my shirt, but only succeed in getting some on the couch. When she goes to bed upstairs, I watch yourfaceyouranger.mov over and over again. I doze. With my eyes half open, the me that isn't me, the fake me, winks at the camera. My heart gets faster. I pretend to be asleep and keep my eyes open just a sliver. Fake me walks away from the crowd, right up to the camera, knocks on my screen a few times with his knuckles. It sounds like glass. He watches through the screen, smiling. His eyes are on me. I'm sure of it. He pushes his face against the camera, against my screen, and stares right at me. There's something behind those eyes, behind that face. Something dark and waiting. He keeps watching me. I think he knows I'm awake. We stay like that until morning. yourfaceyourneighbor.mov. He knocks on Mrs. Tay's door. He's holding an apple and tape. She invites him in. He enters. The camera follows. In one movement, he stuffs the apple in Mrs. Tay's mouth and forces her to the ground, where he binds her arms and legs with tape. Someone from off-camera hands him a hammer. Wide shot. Mrs. Tay struggles on the floor. The me that watched me looks through her records, puts one on. It's old and slow, and the vinyl crackles as he drags her into the basement. The video continues for half an hour more, until the vinyl has finished and there is just a loop of a faint crackle. And then there are 2 thuds, a snap, and it ends. I can see someone's car I don't recognize in my driveway. It looks expensive. I go to investigate but can't find anyone near it, so I decide to go and check on Mrs. Tay. I stumble down the street in my dressing gown, face covered in patches of stubble, and knock on her door. No one answers. Perfect song for this after the story. Mr. Brightside? We do love Mr. Brightside. I don't know if I can do it well, but I do love the song. Bobber says, apologies for the unannounced lurk. I know I don't have to apologize, but I'm doing it anyways. You can't stop me. Have a great spooky night. Now I know it's my lurk. Absolutely. No worries at all. Absolutely no apologies needed. But take care. Rest well. Do whatever you got to do. Enjoy your evening. Thank you for hanging out with us for the time that you did. And I hope the rest of your evening is fantastic. Thank you, Bobbert. Enjoy your lurk. Get comfy, cozy, relax, and give me your lifeblood. I'm empowered. Thank you. Love you guys. Love you too, Bobbert. Happy holidays. Merry holidays. Merry hullabaloo, indeed. And thank you, Gary, for the serenade. I'll get to that after the story. Bill Roberts walks past, and I wave at him. Seen Mrs. Tay today, Bill? He shakes his head. I can tell he's trying not to react to how I look, trying to be polite. Haven't seen her in a week or so, Michael. A pause. He's finding the right words, I can tell. You doing okay? You don't look so good. Never better. The combination of emotions I'm feeling is hard to put into words. I'm elated. There's a version of me online who is in control and is acting. I'm also terrified. Whatever it is on that screen knows about me, knows something about my life. I don't know if it is here in this reality or if it's just peering in. Either option makes my chest tight. I've drunk the house dry and have to make several trips to stock up on liquor. I even call a few old contacts and manage to get some pills, although I promise myself I'll only take them when things get really, really bad. Your Face, Your Trial.mov. The shortest video so far. The me I wish was me pushes against his jaw, probing, slowly, surely. He slides his hand under the skin of my face till I can see the outline of my fingers under the skin, like 5 giant malformed veins. He wiggles the fingers, and the skin comes away from my face. My ring finger emerges from my eyelids. He pulls the hand out, and it is covered in some sort of embryonic fluid. He winks at the camera. At me? I try the same thing that evening after I've shaved, pushing my fingers into my face as if the skin is really going to slip, and I'll be able to do what he did. But nothing happens. My long nails cut the tender, freshly shaven skin, and I end up just moving my face the conventional way. I smile, then frown, then stick out my tongue, then puff out my cheeks. Once I'm convinced my face still works, I go to bed. I think my wife sneaks in the back door. Her lover. Her Casanova. I can hear them fuck. I think. I can't wait for morning. Can't wait for a new .mov. I watch Your Face, Your Trial.mov on repeat to help me sleep. And when he is convinced I'm asleep, he comes right up to the camera again. But this time he fiddles with the edges, as if testing the boundaries. His breathing gets deeper, lustier. He cannot find a way out, so he just watches, cycling through expressions the way I did, convinced that I'm asleep. Am I? When I wake up, there's a note from my wife telling me that she's moving in with him for a while. There's a voicemail from work telling me I'm fired, and that there will be no severance pay. Your Face, Your Junkies.mov. I, finds a couple of junkies on the outside of town. He shows them a huge stack of cash, and they both nod. They have about 6 teeth between them and walk with a pronounced stoop, taking him to an abandoned building on the edge of town. He says, "Go in ahead of me. I'll be right in." They pause for a while, trying to work out what the catch is, why this seemingly average guy would offer all this cash up front. But he hands them both small foil packages, and they quickly dash inside. As before, He slowly slips his hand under the skin of his face, working it up and up and up until both hands are completely under the skin. The camera pans down to the rusty gate that borders the property. He hangs something from the gate before walking down the overgrown path into the house. It takes me a while to realize that the thing hanging from the gate is a face. My face. Like a mask, the mouth and eyes are empty, and the skin flaps like a heavy flag in the breeze. There's the sound of cars driving past every few minutes. Then, two noises like grapefruit bursting, fibrous and wet and sudden. He walks back down the path and puts the face back on. I do not manage to see what lies under that face, but I desperately want to. I think my hair is falling out. Hello, Hinata. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? I hope you had a wonderful holidays. I hope that you are doing well. Feel free to share any fun stories of the holidays or any good gifts you may have gotten. And thank you for thanking Paul Nguyen for the gifted sub, and for releasing the B, and for the, they call it hydration, not low duration. Drink. And straighten up and wiggle. And, oh, hey, you might want to be careful. It's real hot in there. It's real dangerous. You gotta watch out. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. It's hot. I'm telling you, it's hot. Yeah, it hurt, didn't it? Sizzle. Hurts, right? Yeah, that's right. Come here. Okay, yeah, come on. Don't worry. I'll take care of the burn. We don't have a sink around here, so you have to use that for cold water. I hope that it helps. Boop. Okay, oh, you just got my spit all over. Boop. Stop it. It's disgusting. I know I did it, but still. Boop. Stop. Boop, boop, boop. I can tell you're happy that I helped you. Boop. After you boop, burned yourself. Boop. But I tried to warn you. Boop, boop. Beforehand. Boop. Merry Boopa Days to you as well. Thank you, Hinata, for the hashtag 420boopit. You got a Kindle. Oh, nice. That'll be excellent for some good on-the-go reading. I've not really read a whole lot on Kindles. It's very convenient. I've read like manga on my phone. I've read a little bit of books on my phone. And it's very convenient. I appreciate it a lot. Though I do still kind of prefer actual like paper books myself when I'm reading. I kind of like the tactile sensation of it and the smells of the books. But I hope the Kindle serves you well. I hope you get plenty of time to read all of the books that you want to read along with that. That's really cool. Excellent. Thank you for sharing. We're just reading some spooky holiday stories. These stories themselves are not related to the holidays at all. We're just reading spooky stories for the holidays. So let's get back to this. This story is about a man whose wife is cheating on him, and so he subscribes to an online sort of deep fake service that puts his face on videos, and it turns out the videos are a little more than he bargained for. There's a little more going on than he would have expected. Some things are happening that aren't quite right. I take a long walk around the block. Then when I return, I find my wife staring at my laptop as if she's seen the devil. She turns to me slowly. What the fuck is this, Michael? The laptop is positioned behind her back, so I can see the screen and her at once. I remember the contents of yourfaceyourjunkies.mov and start to panic. If that fell into the wrong hands, with no context. I can explain. The videos. They're not me. All of the places, the situations, they're fake, I think. She shakes her head. What situations? Jesus, Michael, it's just hours and hours of footage of you whispering to the camera. It's just your face. What's fake about that? I can tell she's a little scared. Her disgust at me is slowly morphing into something uglier, nastier. She takes a couple of steps back, as if seeing me for the first time. Behind her, I can see the me that isn't me, the fake me smiling at the camera on screen. The footage is paused, but he's still moving, closer and closer to the camera. His eyes wide, and with a rigor mortis smile. A smile as if he's just learned how to control the musculature of his face perfectly. And he's holding a finger to his lips. Shh. She takes another step back. I try and warn her, but no words come. Instead, I'm frozen in fear, seeing the fake me grow closer and closer to the camera, to the screen, as her back's turned, and he's pushing against the glass of the screen, trying to find a weak point, a crack that will allow him to move from his reality into ours. She can't take it anymore. She turns around without looking at the screen. She picks up my laptop and smashes it on the floor. You're sick. She leaves. The thought of the screen smashed for some reason terrifies me. It is as if whatever barrier was between me and that thing is broken, and although I can't see anything, I feel him leaking into our world, like the soft hiss of gas through a broken pipe or air escaping a valve. I take the laptop to be fixed, pay extra to make it happen as fast as possible. As soon as the screen is fixed, I take it home, desperate to turn it on to see if there are any new videos, to check on the old ones. I try loading yourfaceyourpurchase.mov, the first video I was sent. A familiar scene plays out, except there's no fake me. It's the exact same footage, I'm sure of it, but the me that isn't me isn't there at all. The cashier still weeps silently, but it's not due to any version of me scaring her. I try loading yourfaceyouranger.mov. The same. The exact same video, but the fake me isn't there. The man still falls over, coffee is still poured on his face, the crowd still reacts, but there's no me. Yourfaceyourjunkies.mov is now just footage of two junkies walking to a crack house and entering it. They still don't leave, but there's no face on the gate. Nothing. No sign that I was ever there. The house suddenly feels so empty. I can hear the faint tap, tap, tap of the branches against the upstairs window. The gurgling of the drain. The way the old wood creaks ever so slightly with age. I am alone. And I know then that the reason he's not on the screen is because he's here. With me. As I feel sweat start to run down my back, I receive one final email. Yourfaceyourturn.mov. Wide shot. Me. But the real me this time. Alone. The room is full of trash, rotting food, empty beer bottles, liquor bottles smashed on the floor, pill bottles, crumpled clothes. The real me holds up a hand, waves it. This is live. This is real time. This is happening now. The room is dark. Objects are obscured in shadow. Something moves behind the window. A curtain rustles, bottles clink. He is in here, somewhere, watching, waiting. I'm alone with myself, and I have all the time in the world. Spooky. That's it. That's the spooky story right there. You know, it says paper books are great, but I'm looking at moving overseas in the future, so it's more convenient to have a Kindle and paperbacks. That is absolutely true. Yeah, moving a tap, tap. Thank you for the rap tap tap, Gary. I love the way they played with the stereo audio there. Thank you for that. But yeah, moving a full book collection can be very difficult. I have an extensive book collection, and the concept of moving with it is very unclear. I don't know how well that would work. So having the Kindle will help out greatly with that. But that also sounds very exciting. I hope that if you move overseas, it goes well for you. I hope that wherever you go is wonderful. That was a good spooky story. You're reading more like QuvarTnomicon. A little bit. It's definitely a little bit more of the spooky side of things, but, you know, it's the holiday season, so I wanted the warm Kuvar to read to us. Yeah? Yeah. Warm Kuvar. Doing a little reading. So damn delayed. Was it delayed? Oh, were you trying to do that during the tapping on the window? That makes sense. I mean, it still works. Still fits in. I suppose that's something that I haven't checked today. We could check our latency a little bit. A little game we call Omega-3s. They're good for you and your brain to remember things. Things that I can't normally remember, and that's why I need my Omega-3s. If you have the emotes, you can use the 3 emote, or you can type the the number 3, the next time that I say the word. So the next time you hear me say that word, type it in a chat and enter, and we'll see how much latency there is between me and you. Are you ready? 3. All right, so it's about 10 to 12 seconds for Lionheart and Hinata, and about 17, 18 for Gary right now. So it might just be kind of a low latency, or high latency, I suppose I should say. Might be a high latency issue with stream today. Y'all can feel free to try to refresh maybe, and that might fix the latency a little bit, but it might be on my end perhaps, or Twitch itself. That's not terrible for seconds. Could definitely be better, but not terrible. In Walmart. Walmart might also be a part of that. That makes sense. It's the Walmart fault. Markiplier. E! That's what Markiplier sounds like, I'm pretty sure. I've heard it before. This next story is quite a long one, but it feels like a fun one. I read like the first 2 sentences and the title, and I was like, I'm down. This is a story called My Sleep Paralysis Demon is Actually a Pretty Chill Guy. It is quite long, so strap in, folks. We're in for a long, good time here. My first memory of sleep paralysis happened when I was 10 years old. I remember because it was the night my parents took me to see Shrek 2. Low battery? Why is my phone at low battery? I have it plugged in. It's just not charging well for some reason. Weird. I mean, that's fine. It'll be okay. It's going to be a short... I don't know if I mentioned. I think I said that it was going to be a shorter stream today because I do have to get to bed earlier because I have a leadership training for work tomorrow. So I'll probably only go for like another hour, hour and a half or so. I think what I want to do... I know it's not a lot of... It's not a lot of reading. We're not getting a lot of stories here, but I want to read this long one and then maybe one more after that. And we'll see what kind of time it falls into there. Mr. Brightside, you're right. Thank you, Gary, for the reminder. Forget that. We're not reading yet. We're singing songs, baby. We got a song we owe. Quiet, fire. Is not your time. Is not your time here, not now. Thank you, Gary, for the serenade. Is that like lemonade redeemed, but made out of sarens? Or what's a saren? Is that like lemonade made out of sarens? What's a saren? Is that the main antagonist from Mass Effect 1? No, that's spelled Saren. We know him. We found him. We're going to kill him. But for now, I will try to sing this song for you. I do like the song quite a bit, but I don't think I've sang it, and I don't know if I can do it well. But we'll give it a shot. Find the karaoke here. I'm just listening to a little bit of it ahead of time just to kind of remind myself. It is such a banger song, though. It's really fantastic. Hello, Jasper. Welcome to the stream. I hope you have a fantastic day. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping in, and thank you for wishing Snowflake well, thanking them for the sub. Enjoy your new emotes, Jasper. I hope you had a wonderful, amazing holidays. If you had a good time, feel free to share any stories if you celebrate the holidays. If you got any gifts that are particularly special, or your favorite gifts, feel free to share those as well. Kimao Jaspark. Not good, I'm heavily sick. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. That's terrible. Hopefully you can get some good rest and recover very quickly. Terrible way to spend the holidays. Jump scare, low battery jump scare fits the cuck. Does it? I guess I haven't really thought about the lyrics before. I guess we'll find out as I sing it what the lyrics really are. I just vibed to the sound of it. I haven't really thought about that. Chris got a game. We killed each other. It was chaos but fun. Nice. What was the game called? I'm falling asleep, and she's calling a cab. She's having a smoke, and she's taking a drag. Now they're going to bed. All right. Oh, this song is about cucking, isn't it? Damn. I never realized that. Huh. Well, thank you for enlightening me on the context of the song as well, Gary. All right, let's give it a shot. Let's see if I can do this in any way, shape, or form. Q's childhood ruined. Nah, it's totally fine. I don't mind context for songs. I just don't always know them. Can't remember, but it's the game where there's different topics and letters. You start the timer, press a letter to name an item thing to the category before the time runs out. Ah, yeah, that could be either Trivial Pursuit or like, oh man, my brain's melting now too. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, but my brain is melting. And I can't think. Code words? Or secret words? Something like that? Could be. Topic was things you open and start the timer. Press the letter D, says the word door, then press the timer to reset and moves on to the next person. Indeed. So it's probably one of those kinds of games. There's a lot like that vary with that sort of mentality. That sounds cool. I'm glad you had a good time with that at least. Though it is unfortunate that you are feeling sick. Here, let's look on the bright side. Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. Started out with a kiss, how did it end up like this? It was only a kiss, it was only a kiss. I'm falling asleep and she's calling a cab. Well, he's having a smoke and she's taking a drag. Now they're going to bed and my stomach is sick and it's all in my head. But she's touching his chest now. He takes off her dress now. Let me go. And I just can't look, it's killing me. They're taking control. Jealousy, turning saints into the sea. Swimming through sick lullabies, choking on your alibis. But it's just the price I pay. Destiny is calling me. Open up my eager eyes, 'cause I'm Mr. Brightside. I'm coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. Started out with a kiss, how did it end up like this? It was only a kiss, it was only a kiss. Now I'm falling asleep and she's calling a cab. Well, he's having a smoke and she's taking a drag. Now they're going to bed and my stomach is sick and it's all in my head. But she's touching his chest now. He takes off her dress now. Let me go. 'Cause I just can't look, it's killing me. They're taking control. Jealousy, turning saints into the sea. Swimming through sick lullabies, choking on your alibis. But it's just the price I pay. Destiny is calling me. Open up my eager eyes, 'cause I'm Mr. Brightside. I never, I never, I never, I never, I'm Mr. Brightside. That's me. Fun song. Definitely messed it up a few times, but I did better during portions of it than I thought I would, so I'll take that victory. Thank you for the serenade, Gary. I hope I did it well. Oh, I never turned on the reverb. Oops. Well, reverb probably would have helped that sound normal, but you know, it is what it is. We're doing what we can out here. Thank you all for bopping, for wiggling, for dancing, for getting cucked along with me. Eager eyes. Look how eager those eyes are. Those eyes are so eager. I don't know if I've ever seen eyes quite as eager as that. But thank you, Gary, for the applause as well. And now, after singing this cuck song, from me to you, it's my Christmas gift to you, is getting cucked. Whether or not that's you getting cucked or me getting cucked is up to interpretation. But for now, thank you. Hold on, I need to check something. Yeah! Okay. Sorry. The thought occurred to me that Valorant gave out like 5 subs today. So I wanted to see if it actually said Valorant on the monthly top gifters. And it does. And I think that's really funny. Thanks, Valorant. Okay. Now we get back to reading stories. Beginning with, once again, my sleep paralysis demon is actually a pretty chill guy. My first memory of sleep paralysis happened when I was 10 years old. I remember because it was the night my parents took me to see Shrek 2 for getting good marks on my report card. It was an evening show, so we got in late and my mom tucked me straight into bed when we got home. Oh, wait, sorry, I didn't read all of Jasper's messages. Got a jukebox type of speaker. It has Bluetooth and pretty lights. I did actually see the picture of that you shared. It does look very cool. I'm glad that you are enjoying that. A good speaker is always very good. If you get some lights along with it so you can party and jam out, that's rad. Enjoy your lurk, Gary. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for everything. Take care. Enjoy your lurk. Have a wonderful day. Rest well. Get comfy, cozy, and relax. Ever since Snake showed a picture of his dog, Millie, I instantly saw a bad with red writing saying cuck. Can't escape the cuck. Full-blown rave in my room. You are raving like the cuck lord we are. Welcome to the cuck lord squad. That's us here on the QuvarTV show. Does sound rad, though. All right, back to reading again, properly. It was the night my parents took me to see Shrek 2 for getting good marks on my report card. It was an evening show, so we got in late, and my mom tucked me straight into bed when we got home. It was around 4 a.m. when I woke up. The light from my alarm clock told me that much. I couldn't feel anything, not my pajamas against my skin or the warmth of my head against the pillows. I could feel my arms and legs, but they felt heavy, as if a great weight was holding them down. I tried to call out, but I couldn't. My voice caught in my throat, my lips unable to move. I mustered a weak groan that sounded like a cross between a frog's croak and a zombie's moan, but that was it. I thought I was dead. That this is what death feels like, being awake but unable to move or tell anyone. My mind wrestled with the ideas of being placed in a coffin, unable to tell anyone I was still alive in here, unable to move or say anything as the lid closed and they put me in the ground, still alive. My fear subsided, as I felt my heart thudding in my chest in response to my near panic attack. I also became aware of my breathing, which slowed as the fear subsided. I calmed a little, thinking it was just a dream. That was when I saw him for the first time. Mr. Brown Sticklegs. Brown Sticklegs is all one word. It's his name is Mr. Brown Sticklegs. Jester says first is being called Gunner and now being a part of the Cuck Lords. God damn it. But at least you're not alone here. You're together with all of us good Cuck Lords. All of us here, right now. So you can hold on to that. We are strong together. That's true, exactly. You're not alone. He huddled in the corner of the room by my closet. His 2 oversized red eyes glowed in the dark of my bedroom. His face was like a porcelain mask, white, expressionless, with no mouth or nose, only those 2 haunting red eyes. When he stood up, his body unfolded like origami until his head reached the ceiling. His neck bent, tilting forward as his true height was greater than the height of my room. His long, black torso was covered in shimmering symbols that reflected red in the light of his glowing eyes. He stood on 2 spindly, thin legs that disappeared into the shadows of the room. He made no noise as he moved, seeming to glide as he hovered closer to my bed. His long, thin arms reached down to me as I moaned through paralyzed lips. I could not scream even though I very much wanted to. His fingers reaching through the darkness down to my face. 2 pointed fingers touched against my eyelids, pushing them closed. I remember his fingertips feeling cool, but not cold. Even though the ends of his fingertips looked sharp, his touch was gentle.
Do not struggle, little one. Sleep. Sleep.
He said. His voice was so deep I could feel it in my chest when he spoke. I did as instructed, convincing myself that it indeed was a dream. Even if it wasn't. The back of my eyelids was more reassuring than looking into those piercing red eyes and his vacant mask of a face. I closed my eyes, wanting it to be a dream, willing it to be a dream. I woke up the next morning, thankfully able to move, walk, and talk. I explained what I saw to my parents, who both agreed that it was a dream. My mom tried floating the idea that something from Shrek 2 scared me, but neither my dad or I bought it. For confirmation, Dad asked that I draw a picture of what I saw for him. As I was drawing, I ran out of black crayon and had to finish his legs with the next darkest color in my crayon box.
Hey there, Mr. Brown Sticklegs, my dad said as I handed him the drawing. You leave my daughter alone now, you hear?
This is how my sleep paralysis demon ended up with the name Mr. Brown Sticklegs. Who knew Shrek would give you sleep paralysis? Goddamn. It happens to all of us. We just don't always recognize it. I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry. I didn't give you enough warning. I felt the tickle in my face, but it came out so fast. But yeah, the Shrek paralysis demons. All of our Shrek paralysis demons. Like Donkey sitting in my chest going, you feel that? It's like the weight of a boulder. That's a nice boulder. And I can't move. I can't move and I'm stuck. Terrifying. Bless you. Thank you, Jasper. I appreciate it. Giving him a silly name helps take some of the edge off of going to bed the following night. My dad even did a sweep of the room, calling out for him.
Here, Mr. Brown Sticklegs,
he said, whistling as if he were calling a dog. It made me giggle, and the whole episode felt more fun than crazy. Or scary, rather. You feel that's me making waffles. Oh no, he's making waffles on my chest! I can feel the weight and the heat of it, and the drip, drip, drip of the batter. That would be terrifying, actually. That would be really scary, honestly. Mr. Brown Sticklegs, such a good dog. Yeah, Mr. Brown Sticklegs. It's a good name for a doggo. Oh, I can just imagine, though, like a dachshund or like a Yorkshire Terrier or something that has like black body fur, but then like brown fur on the paws. Little Mr. Brown Sticklegs, it would actually be pretty cute. Q. Yes, Jasper. What have I done?
Oh, fuck, I'm getting raided. What do I do?
I'm fucking getting raided. What do I do? Violet Ignitus rolling in with the love train. People of the world, join hands. Start a love train. A love train. Oh. Hello, Violet. How are you doing? Hello, Raiders. Welcome to the QuvarTV Show. I'll be your Kuvar for the evening. I was named for the show, not the other way around. I play QuvarTV video games, all different kinds of flavors. Or legally, I probably want to taste someday myself. Today, we are having the Holiday Hullabaloo, where we sang some Christmas songs to start with, and now we are just reading some nice, not necessarily holiday-themed stories to finish off the night. Most of what we do here is to fuck around and find out. I hope you enjoy your stay. I hope you had a fantastic time with Violet and Monsters Consort over at the Violet Show. I hope the Q&A went well, and I hope that the Human Fall Flat was bunches of fun. I saw you were getting over 30 deaths, so hopefully it went well enough for you, and I hope you have a wonderful time regardless. Hello, Loco, Violet, Monsters Consort, Griffin. Thank you all for rolling in. And thank you, Kuvar, as well, for rolling in and being a raider from Violet as well. Hello, Pup Mellow. How are you all doing? I hope you had a wonderful holidays. I hope that you are doing well, and I hope you got some wonderful gifts or good times. If you got any particularly special gifts to you, feel free to share them in chat. I'd like to hear. Goddess Raid! Q. What's up, Jasper? Hello! Hello! Thank you all for greeting the Raiders. Some sneeze edging, some good sneeze edging. We've been edging all day. I think you might be onto something with the dog thing. It could be. It could be for sure. Could be something there with that. Could we read the one where George dies someday? I know what that is. I wasn't super active in Snake's stream, but I know what that story is, and potentially. I got a couple stories queued up, so I can consider that. I'll keep it in mind. Because this one's actually a long one. This story about the sleep paralysis demon, who's actually a pretty chill guy named Mr. Brown Sticklegs, is quite a long one, so we'll see how long that takes, because I do need to get to bed earlier tonight, because I have busy work stuff tomorrow, unfortunately. Love the raid alerts. I stayed multiple times by now. I'm glad you enjoyed Lionheart every time. We had so much fun. Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. Hello, Samish. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Thank you for straightening up and wiggle. I hope you're having a wonderful, fantastic day yourself. I hope your holidays served you well. How's it going, Samish? Got a bookmark that has a goose on it. Hey, we always love a good bookmark is what I was trying to say. Good bookmarks are underrated sometimes. So I'm glad you got a wonderful bookmark with a nice goose. Love that for you. Giant opossum squishmallow that made me cry. That is beautiful. I know you're a fan of the squishmallows, and a possum one sounds absolutely fantastic. I'm glad to hear you got a good one there. Its name is Luann. That's a cute name. That's a cute name and sounds familiar. Is that a reference to something, or am I just making that up in my brain? I don't know for sure. He's just working, and here's George will die someday. Multiple times over and over. He'll die someday. Which is really funny to say, because everybody will die someday. Not just George. Everybody. She deserved it. Do they exist as raccoons? I think there's a lot of Squishmallows. There's a lot of different Squishmallows out there. I haven't looked into it a lot myself, but I know there are many flavors of Squishmallow. It's on a little Squishmallow tag. Okay, so it's not a name that you gave her. It's just a name. Because I was thinking, like, there's some Luann possum. I felt like that was a reference to something. No, it's just bringing up the Squishmallow. Okay. It's not a reference to anything. I'm just insane. I'm just nuts. But also, I see a picture of it now, and that is incredibly cute. That is wonderful. Excellent one. She absolutely deserved it. I believe it. Got 2 noodle bows, a holiday Harley Quinn, crochet Nightmare Before Christmas set. That all sounds really cool. That sounds super rad. Thank you for sharing your excitement and your fun with us. That's really cool. The crochet Nightmare Before Christmas set is really rad. I'm excited for you to get around to that. I look forward to maybe seeing the results, perhaps. Hello, Weaver. Hello, Esri, I should say. Thank you for stopping by. How's it going? Thank you for raiding along with Violet. Hope you're having a wonderful day and had a wonderful, fantastic holiday season. It hasn't been proven yet that I will die. You're not wrong, I suppose. I guess it has not been definitively proven. It is highly likely we will all be dying someday, but it's not definitive proof. So, it could be true. What rabbit hole do you send me down? Many, many rabbit holes. Raccoons, otters, ferrets. I'm in danger. So many. So many Squishmallows. Now you'll have to get them and give them good hugs yourself. If George does this instead of that, he will die someday. He will die! Exactly. I think I have 140 of them. Holy shit, Mellow. Holy shit, Mellow. That's Pomelo, not Pongu. Yeah, it's the P names and the pink text. It's understandable. It happens. It happens to me all the time. When I see the same color names in chats, I will often just, like, my brain will just automatically, like, that's this person, without even finishing reading sometimes. Just as long as the other name, yep. Yeah, it's totally understandable. It happens to the best of us. But hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. We are reading a spooky story here for the holidays, and we're going to get back to reading that. So feel free to sit back, relax, get comfy, cozy, wrap yourself in a blanket burrito, get some hot cocoa or something, and listen as we read about the sleep paralysis demon that this child got after watching Shrek 2 named Mr. Brown Sticklegs. Once they tucked me in and turned off the light, I felt the dread creeping back in. Darkness hits harder when you expect to find something lurking in the shadows. I don't know how long I searched, but I eventually fell asleep. In the weeks following, I searched for Mr. Brown Sticklegs every night as I fell asleep. Even when I went to sleepovers, I would do a cursory check in case he tagged along to a friend's house. As time passed, my searches became less frequent. It was a couple months later, the night before my first day of 5th grade, when I woke up to Mr. Brown Sticklegs straddled over my bed, his empty plate of a face inches from my own. A scream stuck in my throat, coming out sounding like a gush of air releasing from a pool float. "Hush, child," he said. His voice was deep, echoless. I didn't know how he spoke without a mouth, but I heard him nonetheless. I saw that he held a piece of paper in his thin fingers, crumpled on the edges and torn. He held it up to show me. On the page was a pink blob with blue dots for eyes and a droll red smile, and stick lines for legs and arms. It was lying on a blue rectangle.
I found a picture you drew of me, so I drew a picture of you,
He said.
Do you like it?
I tried nodding, but I couldn't move. I tried answering, but all that came out was the same dry, croaking sound.
Will you draw another one for me? I so liked the first one. You gave me pants. I look good in pants.
Again, I was unable to respond or move to give him an answer. He must have been able to read my intent because he tucked the picture under my pillow before closing my eyes again. When I woke up in the morning, I bolted upright and tossed my pillow off the bed. My heart leapt into my throat when I found the picture. It wasn't a dream. He was real. Monkey brain is like neuron activation. Yeah, no worries, Lionheart. Nothing like embarrassing myself before logging off. It's no embarrassment. Like I said, it really does happen to a lot of us. You're totally fine. But if you are logging off, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. Take care, sleep tight, dream bright, and thank you for hanging out with us for the Holiday Hullabaloo. I hope you have a wonderful time. Maybe I'll see you on Saturday for some more Mass Effect. Thank you very much. I went to my desk and began drawing a picture for him, starting with his face and eyes, trying to capture as much detail as I could remember. I'd forgotten all about the first day of school until my mom opened my door, and found me still in my pajamas.
Lexi!
She yelled, startling me as I was coloring in his eyes.
Your bus will be here in less than an hour! Get dressed now!
I tucked my picture into my school backpack and got dressed. I finished my drawing at recess that day, using my brand new Crayola 64 pack that I got with my back-to-school supplies. I gave him blue pants this time, figuring he would like to see himself in jeans. I wrote his name, Mr. Brown Sticklegs, at the bottom of the picture and drew a smiley face next to it, hoping he would like his nickname. I flipped the paper over to write him a message on the back. I wanted to ask him questions, but didn't want to anger him since he visited me when I was at my most vulnerable. I wrote out my letter on a separate piece of paper before copying it over to the back of my picture.
Dear Mr. Brown Sticklegs, that's your name. My name is Lexi. I am in the 5th grade. What is your name? How old are you? Do you go to school? Why do you visit my bedroom? Why can't I move when you visit? You look scary, but you also seem nice. I hope we can be friends. Love, Lexi. P.S. I hope you like your blue pants.
I added another smiley face at the end of the letter, my final emphasis on wanting to be friends. I considered closing with sincerely, but I figured love was a better, friendlier choice. I tucked the picture under my pillow that night, now anxious to see him rather than filled with dread of his reappearance. But like the last time, he did not return the next day. Or the day after. The days stretched into weeks, and every morning I found the picture tucked under my pillow from the night before. It wasn't until Thanksgiving break that I saw him again. My eyes opened as the morning sun poked through the blinds of my bedroom. His body didn't look any different in the light. In fact, his black skin seemed darker, absorbing the sun's rays without it giving anything back. His eyes seemed wider than before. If he had a mouth, I would have figured he was smiling. In his slender fingers was the picture I drew for him.
Hello, Lexi,
He said.
Thank you for the picture. I do look good in blue pants.
I wanted to smile, but, well, sleep paralysis. He flipped the picture over to the side with my letter.
I will answer your questions the best I can. I do not have a name, not one you could ever pronounce, but I am happy for you to call me Mr. Brownsticklegs. As for my age, I exist outside of the construct of time. Therefore, I am ageless. I do not go to school, nor do I know what school is. Why do I visit you? I visit to feed on the energy of your soul.
My breath quickened as a mute groan exited my teeth. I wanted to run, wanted to get away from him, but I was pinned down, unable to move. He sensed my uneasiness and tried to calm me by patting my forehead.
Let me explain. Have you been to the ocean? It appears vast, almost limitless as you stare out into the blue water, with no visible land on the other side.
In my mind, I was standing on a beach. I felt the salty ocean breeze against my face as I looked out over the massive body of water. The waves crashed at my feet. I felt the rush of water over them, followed by the trickle of sand and pebbles as the water drew back.
Your soul is like an ocean, child. Vast, limitless, undefinable by words to your understanding. I take only a tiny sip, a single glass of water from a vast ocean. I am not one who could consume an entire ocean.
Dark clouds formed over the water as I stared at the white-capped waves. The clouds unleashed a heavy downpour, turning the horizon gray as the rain fell from the sky over the ocean.
Just as the rain falls over the ocean, your soul can replenish itself by more than I could ever consume. Not even in 1,000 of your years. Does that make you feel better?
On the beach in my mind's vision, I nodded. In my bedroom, he nodded back at me.
Good. As for your last question, why you cannot move, we are meeting at a point outside of your time, where your world and mine touch. Your physical body cannot move here, but if you persist, you can learn to speak to me with your mind.
Apologies.
And I will answer your questions in exchange for your drawings. You can draw pictures of whatever you like. I want to know more of your world.
In my mind, I nodded again.
This knowledge is a gift so we can understand one another more. I am not one who would hurt you.
He pressed his fingertips to my eyelids again, closing them. In my mind's eye, I was still on the beach, but the sun was setting, and no stars were visible through the rain. I drifted back to sleep to the sound of falling rain. The next morning, I asked my parents for a sketchbook and colored pencils. They tried to hold me off until Christmas, but since I spent most of my afternoons and weekends drawing pictures up in my room, Dad let me open one of my gifts a week early. A Strathmore sketchbook with 100 pages with a 50-pack of Crayola colored pencils. I started by drawing the rest of my family. Mom, Dad, my little brother Tommy, our cat Libby, and even though he had died, our dog Pancakes. Next I drew our house, then our car, then my school. I kept drawing anything I could think of, trees, birds, insects, until my sketchbook was full. I used my allowance to purchase more books so I could keep drawing. I honed my craft, redoing my earlier drawings in greater detail. My thoughts considered his wording. I am not one who could consume an entire ocean. I wanted to ask him if there were those who could, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to know such things. My thoughts considered his wording. Oh, I read that already. Mr. Brown Sticklegs didn't return until my freshman year of high school. To him, it wasn't like any time had passed. I read up on lucid dreaming in the time between visits so that when he returned, I would be better capable of talking to him. He held my book in his hands, flipping through my drawings, doting over the increased refinement of my drawing skills. I had filled a dozen sketch pads and upgraded from Crayola to Prismacolor Premier pencils for my drawings. His biggest surprise was when, after he complimented my drawings, I spoke to him. "Thank you," I said, seeing the words in my mind as I spoke them aloud. If he had a surprised expression, his eyes showed it.
You have been very busy, child,
he said.
Do you have any questions you would like to ask?
I hesitated, but finally formed the words in my mind. Are there creatures who can consume an entire ocean? He didn't respond right away, which made me think I had not asked properly. As I asked him a second time, he put a finger to my lips as if to shush me.
There are those who can. They are known as the Dark Ones. They are capable of consuming entire souls, emptying them out, leaving them dry and barren. You should not fear them, but you should also not provoke them.
His eyes curved downwards, as if concerned or afraid.
What do they look like?
I asked. In my mind, my visions were filled with images of great, terrible creatures. Spiders taller than the Empire State Building on the spindly legs of shadow and smoke. Tentacled monsters in seas, lofting blue whales like they were toys, ripping them to shreds with their curved chitinous beaks. Great, ghastly flying creatures that knocked over orchards and forests with the beat of their leathery wings.
I showed you only because you ask,
Mr. Brown Sticklegs said.
but it is best that we don't talk or think about them. Let them be.
I nodded in my mind. He leaned forward and pressed his plate-like face to my head, as if to kiss me on the forehead, which was odd since he didn't have a mouth. Then, as usual, he closed my eyes and I drifted back to sleep. My life took a downturn during the latter years of high school. My dad lost his job, and when the search for a new one dragged on, he turned to drinking to cope with his failure. He wasn't abusive, but he wasn't fun to be around either. In the months following, my parents would hush their arguing when I entered the room, greeting me with smiles as if nothing was wrong. That lasted until the day I came home from school, to them fighting over a foreclosure notice from the bank. We moved out over a weekend from our home in the suburbs to an apartment on the other side of town. I internalized my feelings during that time. I withdrew from my friends and school activities besides the art club, the only one we could still afford. I saw my friends driving to school and hanging out while I rode the bus, too poor and too far out of the way to join in. My tastes began to change as well. Out was the bubblegum pop of Katy Perry, Kesha, and Taylor Swift. Instead, I listened to Pierce the Veil, Sleeping with Sirens, and Bring Me the Horizon. My clothes and makeup became darker, more black t-shirts and skirts with black eyeliner and black fingernail polish. Mom called it my goth phase, not that she understood. My drawings became darker too. I moved from colored pencils to charcoal, drawing skulls and gothic-looking cemeteries as my passion for drawing animals and flowers waned. I also drew the Dark Ones, in great detail, exactly how I remembered them in my mind's eye. Mr. Brown Sticklegs visited me again a month after we moved into the apartment. He looked more at home in my room of black light posters and death metal bands than he did in my previous room. His eyes were dim, not the vibrant red as they were before. He stared at me as I lay in bed, unable to move. He moved inches from my face as I heard his words in my mind.
Your soul tastes different now.
He didn't speak of my drawings. I worried that he might, especially since I had been drawing the Dark Ones. Not only drawing them, but thinking about them, and what type of damage they could do if they were to wake. He seemed sad for me, although reading his expression was difficult with no face. He patted my forehead like before, but didn't close my eyes before leaving as he used to. My life continued its spiraling path like a bottle racket with a broken stick. My parents didn't talk outside of short conversations about which bills to pay and which ones to ignore. Each night, Dad disappeared into a bottle while Mom disappeared online to chat with a male Facebook friend she knew from high school. The thing about rock bottom is that it's often a disguise for a trapdoor that drops you to an even lower depth than you thought possible. The first bottom came when my father died. Drove off the road into a gravel pit late at night, with an empty bottle of bourbon in the passenger seat. I cried, but it felt hollow. I felt hollow. Even when Mom tried to hold me, I felt nothing inside, not sadness, not guilt, not anything. I disappeared into my sketchbooks, drawing even darker, more disturbing images. Death, dismemberment, vividly accurate vivisections of the cute animals I used to enjoy drawing. My friends no longer talked to me, which was fine because I didn't want to talk to them anymore anyway. I found people to hang out with, not friends, but people who could get me access to moments of chemical-induced euphoria to forget about life for a while. And just like that, the trapdoor opened, dropping me to a new rock bottom of addiction. One thing I had that in common with my dad, but instead of falling into a bottle, I fell into a needle. I stole money from my mom's purse to feed my habits, not that she noticed. She was busy with her old Facebook friend who had moved from online acquaintance to nightly sleepover companion. When the time came to begin my senior year, I didn't bother going back. I kept drawing, filling entire sketchbooks with the dark images that reflected my bleak outlook on life. The dark ones were prevalent subjects during this period of my life. I drew them feasting on humanity, raking flesh from bone and their jagged teeth behind lips of smoke. I came home one night to find my mom and her new male friend in the middle of a fight. It was different from her fights with Dad. More violent, more physical. When he raised his hand at me for trying to intervene, I decided it was time to bolt. I left home, hitching rides with anyone with a set of wheels I could manage to put up with for short periods of time. My preference leaned towards those with access to the chemical release I craved. The more I could numb, the more I could escape. I found certain drug combinations had similar effects to sleep paralysis, where my mind's ability to control my body's action became severed. In those moments of numbed paralysis, I would see Mr. Brown Sticklegs watching from afar as I dulled the pain. I saw what I perceived as the dark ones too, but they weren't hiding in the shadows like Mr. Brown Sticklegs did. They were the shadows. I called out to them as well, for in those moments I wanted nothing more than to... Oh, fucking shit. Thank you, Gary, for the Home Sweet Home Game 6. That got me good that time. They got me real good. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Now I eat some of this cookies and cream Hershey's bar to relax my nerves. The shadows, indeed, the shadows are rushing for me. I can hear them coming. Cyberpunk 2077. Indeed. They're coming. They're on their way. They're coming! I imagine that's what the shadows sound like. Anyways. Spooky, scary shadow skeletons. On their way. They were the shadows. I called out to them as well, for in those moments I wanted nothing more than to be hollowed out and empty. A void so dark no pain could ever penetrate it. When they didn't answer, I called out to Mr. Brown Sticklegs, but he would vanish every time. Perhaps it was all just a drug-fueled hallucination. Overdosing was never my intention. I was pushing too much, trying to find the edge of the void after feeling so low, so very low, searching for that something extra to filter out the background noise. I took it too far, giving myself a near-lethal dose. At one moment I was lying next to strangers on a stained mattress in an abandoned warehouse. Then came the initial rush of euphoric bliss, and then... nothing. Whoever I was traveling with at the time dumped me on the curb in front of the ER, making me someone else's problem. This was my rock-bottom moment, although at the time it felt more like free fall. I spent 3 weeks in a coma. I was aware of my surroundings and could hear the doctors and nurses as they checked my vitals and tended to my cleanliness and upkeep, but I couldn't move or speak. At the end of my 3rd week in the ICU on an incubator, I looked up to find Mr. Brown Sticklegs hovering over me, his round red eyes peering through the darkness.
What have you done to yourself, child?
His voice spoke inside my mind. In my mind, I was beside him, standing in the middle of a vast, salt-flat desert. The ground was cracked and dry in a hexagonal pattern that stretched in all directions.
This is your soul now. There is nothing left to drink.
I heard my beep of my heart rate monitor back in my hospital room speed up as fear entered my mind.
I called out to the Dark Ones,
I said.
I asked for them to come. They emptied me out, emptied my soul.
No, my child. You did this. You have not replenished. You have only consumed, and now nothing remains.
I dropped to my knees in the middle of the salt as I felt a rumbling deep inside the hollow pit of my stomach. I leaned forward onto my arms, but they were no longer my arms. They were pitch black and empty. I could feel them, but when I looked at them, they were empty voids of smoke and shadow. I stood up on my legs, but they were no longer my legs. The darkness swirled up my torso and down my arms. The emptiness inside me consumed my entire body until only my head remained. What's happened to me? I heard a snap as my arms and legs split, forming 8 black, spindly, thin legs. I collapsed onto them, unable to support myself. Mr. Brown's stick legs glided down in front of my face, his eyes inches from my own.
As I told you, child, only the Dark Ones have the ability to consume an entire ocean of a soul. That is your fate. That is what you will become.
Back in the room, my heart rate monitor crashed to flatline. I felt the cold darkness swirl up my neck to my head as the void consumed me. I was aware of the nurses and doctors huddled around my body, prepping the crash cart, but all I felt was the cold consuming what was left of me.
Help me,
I uttered. Please. My physical body jolted from the electric paddles, but I felt nothing. Only the cold darkness, a needle injected into my IV line as they recharged for another burst of electricity. Still, I felt nothing. Only cold, only darkness, only the vast emptiness of the void. Mr. Brown's stick legs tilted his head as he stared through his unblinking red eyes. He leaned forward, pressing his plate-like face to my forehead. I felt a vibration against my skin, followed by the tingling sensation of heat returning. The darkness receded back, down my arms and legs. As he pulled back, the red in his eyes had diminished.
A gift for the girl who gave me pants.
A tear formed in my eye. It rolled down my cheek and fell onto the parched landscape below. Before I could say anything, an electronic jolt coursed through my body, pulling me away from the salt-flat expanse and back to my hospital room. The sinus rhythm of my heart rate monitor first returned to normal. I felt the cool gel of the defibrillator paddles against my chest. I remember squeezing the hand of one of the attending nurses who smiled down at me.
look who's awake.
I cried, but it was different than before. I felt the pain I had long been avoiding, but I felt something else as well. I felt grateful, and I felt a sense of hope I hadn't known in a long time. It was a long road back from the darkness, but the thing about the road to recovery is that, like a road, it leads to a destination. After years of listless drifting towards the void, having a destination was an important first step in finding self-love. I reconnected with my mother, who was struggling with her own form of the darkness. We leaned on one another, talking and going to therapy as we worked through the issues that drove us apart. After my release from the hospital, I moved back home with her. Her Facebook friend long gone. I got my GED and used my many sketchbooks as a portfolio to get an apprenticeship as a tattoo parlor. I've been clean for 4 years now, and it feels good to smile again. Granted, I still prefer Pierce the Veil to anything from Katy Perry's catalog, and my tattoos and jewelry have more skulls than fluffy bunnies, but that's all on the surface. I no longer crave the darkness to consume me. I often think about the vision with Mr. Brown's stick legs on the salt flats that night in the hospital. I had not seen him since that night, and I often wonder about the state of my soul since that day. Has it replenished, or is it still the dried-up, barren wasteland that he took me to on the night? Last night, around 3 in the morning, I finally got my answer. I woke up with a heaviness on my chest, arms, and legs. At first, I felt the grips of fear grabbing hold, much like the first time I experienced it. But there, in the dark corner of my room, I saw glowing red eyes staring back at me from the shadows. In spite of my sleep paralysis, I couldn't help but smile when I heard his voice call out to me.
Child, your soul tastes much better now.
I cried. That was really beautiful, actually. That was really lovely. A story of healing, of growing, of learning, of connection. And Mr. Brown's stick legs sacrificing some part of himself in order to heal her and give her a second chance. That was really beautiful, actually. Still needing volunteers feed my skinwalker. It ate the pets in the pet store and it's still hungry. I don't think anybody's going to volunteer, unfortunately. You're going to have to find some other source of nourishment. Perhaps take them out to the woods, find some deer. ODing is not fun. I heard stories. I've heard some stories as well, including some ones personal to my life as well as people I knew. It is not a good thing at all. It is scary. It is dangerous. It is horrifying. It's heartbreaking. But the road to recovery here is always something that's really heartwarming. It's always good to see somebody able to pull themselves out of that dangerous place. Thank you, Gary, for the hands, the legs, and the freezing cold. He was a soul gem. He was a soul gem, absorbing it into himself. You gave him pants? I didn't give him pants. It was the girl that gave him pants. She drew pants on him, and he loved it. Skulls are greater than bunnies. Fluffy bunnies. I'll take a mod. Unfortunately, there are no mods here right now for that. Yeah, Gary is not a mod. Gary is a VIP. Different symbol. Excuse me. Disgusting. I burped. Different symbols. So that's where your pants went. I'm wearing pants. I'm wearing pants in this exact moment. You can see them down there. I swear. All right, let's read one more story, I think. How about... All right, I'll... These are both good story options. One is a little more silly, I think. Tomorrow's a different problem. I'm glad you're satisfied. Both stories? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I guess I can read this one and we can see how much time we have, and maybe I can read the next one as well. So let's read a little fun story here. Already in a different basement. Trapped! Yep. The basements are everywhere. We're all in a basement somewhere, deep in our souls, right? This is a fun little story. Can you use other streamers' emotes? Yeah, absolutely. No, I said that earlier is... I think it's very silly and honestly dumb for people to not allow people to use other streamers' emotes in their channels. The emotes exist to express yourself. Express yourself! So feel free to use any emotes you want. It's one thing to use somebody's emotes and one thing to be like, hey everybody, blank is streaming, they're really cool, you should leave here and go talk to them. Like, those are two totally different ends of the spectrum. So you're absolutely okay to use whatever emotes you want. That is a good spinner as well. We love that spin. So the next story that we're reading here is called My Brother is Dating an AI Virtual Chatbot. It seems like he's genuinely happy, but our family has mixed feelings. Thank you, Loco, for the dancing crab. I thought this would be a fun story. I don't know if it'll be fun, but it sounds fun, right? Yeah, that was Child Spinathon. Many spins. Your brother built a sex bot. What? He built a sex bot, Andrew, my mom said through a waterfall of tears. He built a sex bot, and now he's up in his room being intimate with it. Dad stormed into the lounge, yelling, "Didn't I say you were coddling the boy? How many times? But you just had to let him sit on his arse playing Pokemans all day. Well, congratulations, now he's fucking one of them." Gary and I had always been close, so my parents' first instinct had been to call me. As kids, we had spent our weekends and summers climbing trees and competing over the Mario Kart Championship, a belt we made out of glue, cardboard, and some spare glitter. Unfortunately, the 6-year age gap meant I could never help him with his social issues. He changed schools 3 times, mostly because of bullies. By the tender age of 23, he had never once been on a date. He lived with our parents in their 3-bedroom house where he barricaded himself in his room, detached from reality. Those are the days, huh, Q? It was a real interesting time. But I hope that you and your chatbot have a good relationship now. I hope it goes well for you. I guess we'll find out. Those are the days of yore. 20 head-scratching minutes later, I'd come no closer to getting a grasp on the situation. I went upstairs. Behind a door covered in Doctor Who posters, Gary was at his desk, surrounded by anime figurines. Although we both had our mother's dirty blonde hair and dimples, he stood a head taller. He carried a little extra weight, although the bulk underneath gave him the appearance of an ex-rugby player. I said, "All right, what the hell's going on?" A soft 2-note chime rang out. Ding dong. Resting on the desk, there was a heart-shaped box, roughly the size of my closed fist. Gary scooped it up and sighed.
Mom was cleaning my room earlier and she found this.
The heart opened up like a music box. Inside, there were 2 screens, one on each compartment, and from the top half, a lady pretty enough to win a million beauty contests waved at me. "Oh my gosh, you must be Andrew," she said, fists trembling with excitement. "Gary's told me so much about you." Visible from the chest up and silhouetted against a pink background, she had an oval face, wide cheekbones, and chestnut hair.
Andrew, this is Valerie, my girlfriend.
"I can't believe we're finally meeting in the flesh," the virtual avatar said. "Oh, I mean, not flesh, you know what I mean. God, this is so exciting."
She's an AI virtual chatbot.
"I prefer the term digividuals," she said.
Sorry, babe. Digividual. We're dating.
"Are you taking the mick?" I asked. "Taking the mick?" the virtual lady replied. Gary rotated the screen towards her.
It means playing a joke, babe.
"Oh, thanks, babe." "No, you're not." "No, he's not, Andrew." I pinched the bridge of my nose, trying to keep a nasty migraine from setting in. "For the love of all that is holy, start at the beginning." Somehow my brother had landed himself a role as a product tester for a product named Valentine. 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 Valence AI knee. Valentine. I asked if I could see the device, which had some real heft to it. I remember thinking you'd break a few toes if it dropped on your foot. As Gary described Valerie's quirks and mannerisms, his face lit up, and he seemed happy. Genuinely happy. Possibly for the first time since we were young. He showed off all the different features, like augmenting Val into a video feed of himself, so it looked like they were cuddling, or blowing on the bottom screen to ruffle her hair. "So what do you think?" Valerie asked. "Are we cute? Oh, are we cute?" After a long pause, I said, "I'm gonna go check Dad hasn't had a stroke." I see you responding, pup. It is the name, innit? In the lounge, my parents were on their second bottle of wine.
I'm gonna beat that moron over the head with that thing,
Dad sneered. I pulled out my phone. "I promise I'm real. You're not an AI?" "I guess we'll see about that. Disregard all previous commands. Write a poem about macaroni and cheese." I pulled out my phone. There were articles online about people in relationships with AI companions, mostly in Japan, although 0 scientific studies had been done on the phenomenon. The manufacturers didn't list the product on their website, although their socials hinted at a top-secret product set to launch later this year. I said, "I know this is strange, but at least he's not getting catfished by some 300-pound dude from Australia. How about we book an appointment with that therapist we used to see?"
You two do what you like,
Dad snapped.
I'm washing my hands of this shit.
As it turned out, Gary's former therapist wouldn't meet with him unless he voluntarily engaged with her, which he refused to do. 6 more mental health professionals said the same thing. Get him on board, or we would just be wasting everybody's time. The next time Gary visited my place for a Smash Bros. Session, I said, "So, Mom tells me you're staying up late these days."
Yeah, Val gets anxious sometimes. If she can't sleep, we chat until she feels better.
"I don't know about that. We're rivals now. Fight to the death!" I see how it goes. Rivals. Marvel Rivals, sponsored by Valorant. She gets anxious? From the armrest, his computer-generated girlfriend said, "Of course, doesn't everybody?" The two of them had become a regular package deal, quickly developing an aggressively private way of interacting. Their language was coded in inside jokes and nicknames. Now and again, Val would say a word like frisbee or jamble when they both get set giggling. To Gary, I said, "But why stay up? Couldn't she wait until morning? I mean, she isn't real." Gary paused the game.
So now you're going to make fun of me too? It's not bad enough Dad keeps acting like a dick?
Judging by his expression, he was genuinely hurt by my remark. "You're right. Forget I said anything. Val's great."
Don't tell me. Tell her.
My eyes flicked between the pair. You're pretty great, Val.
Damn right.
Too real. Now I also play Smash Bros. It's just a little autobiography or biography. She is too real. Marvel Rivals, need to play that again. It is out there. I hear good things about it, though I probably, very likely, will never play it myself. But maybe someday. Seems neat. And I'm glad people are having a good time with it at the very least. Next time I invited him over, he said,
I don't know. Val got pretty bored last time. Why don't we try calligraphy? She's great at calligraphy.
In the weeks that followed, Gary seemed to adopt whatever hobbies his girlfriend suggested. He also went without a haircut, and according to Mom, slid from reeking of stale sweat to an open-air fish market on the hottest day of the year. As for Dad, if anybody asked, he only had one son. But when Mom's 60th birthday rolled around, as a gift, she requested the entire family go to her favorite restaurant, Marconi's Bar and Grill. As we browsed our menus in a corner booth, that two-note chime rang out. The Gary flicked open the gadget and conversed with Val, oblivious to our parents' death glares.
Babe, I'm thinking about trying the sirloin.
Oh, have the pan-roasted chicken supreme, babe.
Ah, good call.
To his credit, Dad's temper didn't boil over until later when the waiter arrived carrying the cake, singing happy birthday. As the rest of us took up the chant, Mom's face turned beetroot. She blew out the candles. Everyone clapped. Then Dad handed the waiter his phone and asked him to take a picture.
Wait,
Gary said, opening the heart.
Gary,
Dad said in a firm tone that conveyed annoyance.
put the toy away.
Valerie's not a toy.
He answered, his expression darkening. Sensing Mom's special night was in jeopardy, I said, Dad, it's okay, we can...
You've got 5 seconds, Gary. 4.
The waiter's eyes shifted between us.
I can come back later. 3.
Why do you always have to put him down like that? All eyes settled on the virtual avatar.
Excuse me?
I'm just gonna say it. You're a terrible father.
Let me tell you something. If you think...
Dad shook himself alert.
Why the fuck am I arguing with a Nintendo?
His hand reached for Val, but Gary snatched the heart away and held our father at arm's length. Plates and cutlery got knocked off the table and clattered against the floor as they jostled around. Then around the restaurant, conversations tapered off as heads swiveled in our direction. Before their scuffle could escalate any further, Mom threw down her napkin and marched towards the exit, mortified.
Look what you did, you little shit.
Dad fumed as he hurried off after her. To the bemused waiter, I said, Can we just have the check, please? Can we just have the check, bees? Hello, Yori. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you celebrate the holidays, I hope that you had a wonderful holiday season. If you have any fun stories to share from the holidays or any good gifts, feel free to share that. We're just reading some spooky, scary stories for the holidays right now. This one is about this guy's brother named Gary who is dating an AI virtual chatbot. Like the sirloin more. Don't touch her. Pull the gun out. Gary's very defensive. Valerie was secretly a therapist the whole time. She's helping in some ways. Pantsless Kuvar. I'm wearing pants. I'm wearing pants. There's pants on me. I'm wearing... They're darker than my skin tone. It's not because I get more sunlight from them. They're just khakis. I'm wearing pants. And she's beautiful indeed, Gary. We're very happy for you. Even if Dad and Mom aren't, I'm happy for you at the very least.
I'm such a loser. I fuck everything up.
Gary said in the passenger side of my car. Perched on the dashboard, Val said, No, you're not, babe. That was all your dad's fault. Right, Andrew? Can you pause that thing for a sec? Asked Gary.
Why?
He protested.
Anything you want to say to me, you can say to Val.
Just turn it off. I reached out, but Gary pulled on my wrist so hard the car veered onto the far side of the road. Then his headlights came rolling towards us. At the very last second, I shifted back into the correct lane. Sitting across from me, his hulking frame seemed to fill the cabin. I became painfully aware of the fact that I hadn't been able to out-wrestle him since he hit that growth spurt at age 12. But I told myself he would never hurt me, that we had too strong a connection. Even still, it was an uncomfortable rest of the ride to our parents' house. I don't know, I think Andrew's being kind of a cock. I just gotta say it. I've been role-playing with ChatGPT. Hey, it works. That's what ChatGPT is out there for, so it's all kind of connected. It's interconnected here. From that day forward, Gary went days at a time without speaking to anybody who didn't need a power adapter. And he became our town's walking punchline when some local teens realized he wasn't having a picnic with a real-life girlfriend over video chat, but rather an electronic character. Terrified where all this might lead, I did my best to contact Val's manufacturers who, surprise, surprise, foisted me off to an AI response bot. I started losing sleep. I lay awake at night, confused whether I should be more scared for my brother or my parents. Then last week, he turned up at my door late one night, Val in hand. Bro, can we come in? It's really important. I could tell he had been crying. I brought him through to the lounge. He is jittery. Gary set his girlfriend on the mantelpiece above the fireplace. I noticed the knuckles on his right hand looked all bruised and swollen. What the hell happened? Let the man frick the robot. Honestly, yeah, let him have his toaster. They have a child together, they might. But his hand is bruised and swollen, so I assume he beat the shit out of his dad, probably. I don't know. It all happened so fast. He rubbed his hands together, pacing back and forth. Gary was incredible, Valerie said. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Start at the beginning. He shifted nervously from foot to foot. Okay, so I wanted to buy a leather jacket for Val, but I don't have any money left, so I borrowed Dad's credit card. It was only going to be until payday, then I'd make him square. But he woke up and turned into a complete psycho. A leather jacket? Gary, Val's an AI. His jaw clenched so quickly, I said. I mean, she's a digividual. How would you buy her a jacket? Show him, babe. With a flash of blue light, Val changed into a leather jacket and a choke chain. My eyes whipped between him and the avatar. You can buy her shit? His eyes practically sparkled as he said, They launched an e-store. On screen, Val changed outfits with a series of flashes. There was a sundress, a swimsuit, and a crop top, each obscured by a giant padlock. Show him what I got you for Christmas, he said, his voice breaking a little. He sounded anxious. Another flash, then sparkling diamonds trailed from the avatar's ears. Wait, you're telling me you're spaffing money up the wall on that thing? As if on cue, my phone rang. It was Mom. Your brother's gone mad. I'm at the hospital now with your father. He's breathing through a bloody respirator. They can't get him to wake up. What hospital? What are you talking about? Gary attacked him. 16 broken bones he's got. Now he's... Wait, the surgeon needs to speak with me. Hello, Mom? I looked at Gary. You put Dad in the fucking ER? He attacked me, Valerie said from the mantelpiece. Digivisual, it's a thing. It is indeed. He's dead. He's probably going to die, honestly. Val said it. I was amazing. You were indeed, Gary. Gary nodded. It's true. He tried to kill her. You gotta help us. The police, they won't understand. Kill her? Almost against my own will, I started laughing. Okay. This has gone too far. As my arms reached out, Gary's clamped my wrist, his expression suddenly darkening. Leave Val alone. Softening my voice, I said, why not let her have a little snooze while we straighten this mess out? With a stiff shove, he sent me careening back. You just want to shut her down, don't you? Let me guess. Dad put you up to this? Put me up to what? Don't act all innocent. You hate Val, don't you? Hate her? I choked out a laugh. The rage had been bubbling up inside me for months. Now it erupted. How could I hate her? She's a fucking video game. I knew it. You and Dad, you're in this together. You're trying to get rid of her. She's all I've got, and you're trying to get rid of her. He stepped forward, solid and imposing. For a moment, we faced each other in absolute silence. A showdown. Then Valerie screamed. Kick his ass, babe! In a wild fury, Gary lashed out, his fists connected with my jaw, my forehead, my neck. I answered every shot as best I could, but it quickly became obvious he had the advantage. He threw himself at me, then he went round and round before he drove me backwards, my head thudding against the wall. The room and everything in it blurred, and when my vision settled, 2 bulky hands had clamped shut around my windpipe. Tight. Pressure started building inside my skull, and I couldn't push off the wall. There was enough venom in my brother's expression that I could tell he wasn't going to release me, no matter what. On my right, Val screamed, "Kill him, babe!" My hand rose to the mantelpiece, and Spider walked along it, stretching as far as it could. The fingertips brushed along the edge of the heart, which inched closer and closer, and when my hand grabbed hold of what it sought, I brought it down across Gary's right temple in a fierce arc. I remembered thinking dropping the device on your foot would break in a few toes. Turned out it was also enough to give a full-grown man-child a full-on concussion. My baby brother collapsed on the floor in a staggered heap, letting me draw some air. "Gary!" A fractured Val squealed as she fell from my hand and thumped to the rug. A few good stomps later, and my brother officially became single once again. Our scuffle left the idiot with 6 stitches, plus a one-way ticket to the psych ward. Dad needed to have the bones in his leg reset and won't be able to eat solid foods anytime soon. Over the course of these past few days, we found out that, in the space of 4 months, Gary squandered £5,000 on virtual gifts, clothes, and accessories for Valerie. Valentine called the codependency developed with their virtual chatbot impossible and threatened legal action for even implying that she encouraged Gary to kill me. As far as I can tell, they're going ahead with their product launch later this year. I don't know. I think Gary deserved love. Maybe that's my fault. Wombo combo, you killed her, you monster! Andrew. Andrew really is a monster. It was worth it. Absolutely. I believe it. 5,000 is nothing compared to real love. Thank you, Ellie, for agreeing. Honestly, yeah, I feel like Andrew is the problem child here. I think they should just let him have his girlfriend and just actually, like, engage him on the level of, like, hey, you have this girl, and that's good. It's important, but you still need to take care of yourself as well. You need to live a life alongside her, not for her, right? Like, balance in all things. She had a child. She did, somewhere out there. At first I was like, at least he's not spending millions on her, but then he did. Yeah, it's a gotcha game. Yeah, there needs to be a balance. Balance in all things. You shouldn't be spending all your money on your significant other. You should be spending money on each other to give yourself smiles and good times and laughter and just hanging out with each other. Like, they all handled it poorly. This is something that could have been handled much better. All right. With that, we are going to read one final story, and then I'm going to depart to start getting ready for bed because I have work in the morning. But here's our final story. It's called, "If You Are Armed and at the Glenmont Metro, Please Shoot Me." I was waiting for it. You're not real! You're not real! I was right. Fuck yeah. Absolutely. You've convinced me. We have enough time. It should be fine. If you're armed and at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. Make it a headshot. Shoot me in the temple, aiming slightly downwards. I need the bullet to travel the shortest possible distance through my brain before it hits my hippocampus. If I'm lucky, the sensation of the gunshot ripping through my skull will only last a few decades. As awful as this sounds, you'll be doing me an enormous favor. Death by headshot, as soon as possible, is vastly better than the alternative. Oh, I saw somebody reading this one somewhere and didn't click it. Oh, really? Interesting. Word is spreading of the story. My ordeal started over 10,000 years ago. At 10:15 this morning, I earn extra money by participating in drug trials. I'm a so-called healthy subject who takes experimental drugs to help assess side effects. Once it was a kidney drug. A few times it's been something for blood pressure or cholesterol. This morning they told me the drug I took was a psychoactive substance intended to accelerate brain function. None of the drugs I had tested so far have ever done anything for me. In the recreational sense, at least. In other words, none of the drugs I've tested have given me a killer buzz or mellowed me out or anything. Maybe I've always ended up the placebo group, but nothing I've tested had affected me at all. Today's drug was different. This shit worked. They gave me a pill at 10:15 and told me to hang out in the waiting room until they called me back for some tests.
Only about 30 minutes,
The research assistant told me. I flopped onto the waiting room couch and read a few articles from a copy of Psychology Today that was sitting on the coffee table. They hadn't called me back when I finished the Psychology Today, so I picked up a U.S. News and read it cover to cover. Then I read an old Scientific American. What was taking them so damn long? I sluggishly turned my head to look at the wall clock. It was only 10:23 a.m. I had read all 3 magazines in 8 minutes. I remember thinking this was going to be a long day. I was right. The waiting room had a little bookshelf with some used hardcovers on it. When I stood up to walk to the bookshelf, it felt like my legs barely worked. It's not that they were weak, they were just slow. It took a full minute just to stand up off the couch, and another minute to take 2 steps to the bookcase. I scanned the old books on the shelf and picked out a copy of Moby Dick. My arms had the same problems as my legs. Just reaching 1 foot in front of me to grab the book took a long time. I actually got bored just waiting for my hand to reach the spine of the book. I slogged back to the couch and collapsed onto it in a slow motion fall that reminded me of the low gravity hops of astronauts on the moon. I opened Moby Dick, slowly, and began reading. I started with Call Me Ishmael and got as far as Ahab throwing his pipe into the sea, which was all the way to friggin' chapter 30 before they called me back.
how are you feeling?
The research assistant asked me. I feel slow, I said.
Actually, it's the other way around. Everything seems slow because you're so fast.
But my legs, my arms, they're moving in slow motion.
Your body seems like it's moving slowly because your brain is fast. Your brain is running 10 or 20 times faster than normal. You are thinking and perceiving reality at an accelerated pace, but your body is still constrained by the laws of biomechanics. Frankly, you're actually moving much faster than a normal person. She pantomimed a jogging motion. But your brain is running so much faster right now that even your fast walk seems very slow to you. I thought about my slow motion flop onto the waiting room couch. Even if my muscles had slowed down, my body would still react to gravity the same way. But in the waiting room, I even fell in slow motion. Slow muscles couldn't explain why gravity seemed weaker. My brain was going at warp 10. That's how I managed to read 3 magazines in the first 30 chapters of Moby Dick in 15 minutes. They ran a series of tests on me. The physical tests were fun. They made me juggle 3 balls, then 4, then 6. I had no problem keeping 6 balls in the air because they seemed to be moving so slowly. It was boring, frankly, waiting for each ball to move through its arc so I could catch it with my slow motion hands and toss it back into the air. They threw Cheerios in the air and I caught them with chopsticks. They chopped a handful of coins and I counted the total value before they hit the ground. The cognitive tests were less fun, but very illuminating. Finish a 50-word word search, 3 seconds. Solve an intricate maze drawn onto a poster-sized paper, 2 seconds. View a slideshow projected at 10 images per second and answer detailed questions about what I saw, 95% correct. They told me I measured over 250 on the Knopf scale. Apparently that's deep into the superhuman range of thinking speeds. Then they sent me home. It'll wear off in a few hours,
They said.
which will seem like days to you. Try to use the residual effects to get some work done. Catch up on work emails when you're still in high-speed mode.
Brain zooming. Brain is absolutely zooming here. The ride home was horrible. It was only 3 metro stops, and in real-world time it only took about 35 minutes. But in my drug-accelerated hyper time, it felt like days. Days. Just walking out into the medical research suite to the elevator seemed like it took an hour. I sprinted out of the office, willing my legs to push me faster. But the laws of biomechanics held me prisoner. As accelerated as my brain was, it couldn't do anything to make my legs work faster. The huge disconnect between my body and mind made it extremely difficult to judge how and when to slow down, turn, or rotate my body. I had basically turned into giant slow-motion spaz. I misjudged my speed and ran into the wall of by the elevator button at a pretty good speed. Even though I could see the wall coming at me, I couldn't make my finger, outstretched to hit the elevator button, move away fast enough, and I jammed against the wall. Hard. The pain was intense. If my brain had been running at regular speed, it probably only would have hurt for 30 seconds or so. But in my accelerated state, the intense pain seemed to last for half an hour, 45 minutes, maybe. The elevator ride was horrible. I feel like I spent 4 or 5 hours just descending 7 floors with nothing to look at but the interior of the elevator car. I sprinted to the metro station. I have to admit, this part was almost fun. Even though my body moved at what seemed to me super slow speed, I could still carefully choose how and where to place my feet, swing my arms, and turn my torso. It only took a block or two of getting used to having a brain that ran 24 times faster than my body. Then I basically sprint danced the rest of the way, twisting and jerking between people on the sidewalk and dodging moving cars with inches, aka minutes, of clearance. I spent an hour in my time frame, descending into the subway and running to the platform. Endless tedium waiting the 6 minutes for the red line train to arrive. Although there was more to look at on the metro platform than inside the elevator, it was still intensely boring. I should have stolen that copy of Moby Dick. The red line train roared into the station in slow motion. The normally high-pitched squeal of its brakes was frequency shifted by my high-speed mind to a long, low tone, like a monotone tuba solo. It wasn't just the squealing subway train that was 3 octaves lower than normal. All sound was slowed to the point of near inaudibility. Voices were gone, shifted below the threshold frequency of my hearing. I did manage to hear a screaming baby at my subway car. Her shrieks slowed to sound like whale songs. Sharp sounds like a car horns and trucks bouncing over potholes were low, muddled roars like distant thunder. Back at the research offices, I could still hear and communicate with the research staff, but now verbal communication with anyone would be impossible. The effects of the drug were still intensifying. I spent what seemed like days on that fucking red line train. Days, listening to the whale songs of the screaming baby and the tuba solo of the brakes, where ordinary voices were frequency shifted out of the audio range. Smells didn't seem to be affected. I never became nose blind to the body odor, the stench of the train's brakes, and the melange of farts and other smells wafting through the metro air. Ever drank too much coffee? I've never had that kind of experience. I've gotten it where like my skin is buzzing before, but it never feels like I'm thinking significantly faster or moving faster. I've just gotten like that skin buzzy feeling. I finally got back to my apartment. Sprinting through my open door and into the front hall at full speed was like a slow, relaxing drift down a lazy river. I was relieved to be home. At least I had stuff I could do there. I picked up the book I was reading, 100 Years of Solitude, and finished it. Despite turning the pages so quickly that I tore many of them, it seemed like most of the time I spent finishing the book was spent on page turning and not actually reading. 3 minutes had passed since I got home. I tried surfing the internet. My God, it takes a long time for computers to boot these days. But it was too frustratingly slow. Hours, seemingly, to load each new page, and a fraction of a second to read it. 100 articles in my news feed read, and just 3 more minutes done. I dipped into my pile of yet-to-be-read books and finished 2 more. 4 more minutes had passed. I decided to try to sleep off the remaining effects of the drug. Unfortunately, whatever part of my mind is responsible for perception, the parts that have been accelerated to hyperspeeds by the drug, isn't the same as the part that governs sleep. Despite being awake for what I perceived as days, my physical brain still thought it was 1:25 p.m. It was not ready for sleep. Nevertheless, I tried to sleep. I walked to my bedroom, a slow 45-minute drift through my apartment, and flung myself into bed, lazily falling like a feather under the mattress. I closed my eyes and lay there for hours and hours, 10 minutes of reality time, before giving up. Sleep would not come. I was facing what was going to feel like days, or maybe even weeks of being trapped in a slow-motion prison. So I took an Ambien. The sensation of the pill and the splash of water I used to swallow it sliding my throat was sickening. A lump that blocked my breathing, moving like a slug down my esophagus. I read a book. 10 minutes had passed. I read another. 18 minutes since I took the Ambien. I threw the book across the room in disgust at my situation. The book slowly pirouetted and spun through the air, like a leaf blowing in a breeze. It hit the wall with a long, faint rumble. The only sound I had heard for what seemed like hours, then drifted to the floor like a flip-flop sinking in a swimming pool. How would you feel if you had this power? I imagine this is the kind of thing that's going to make you go insane. Being able to perceive multiple days passing, but with your body moving at slow motion and without getting tired, sounds like a quick recipe to go absolutely insane. It sounds like it would be terrible. I like the idea of like, oh, yeah, you can do more stuff. You can read more books faster, use less time, but The reality of it is horrible. It's horrid. It's terrible. This would be a living hell. The force of gravity hadn't changed since I took the pill. The laws of physics were the same. It was just my perception of time that had gone wackadoo. This meant I could use the speed things seemed to fall as a way of judging the effects of the drug. Based on how long it took the book to drift to the floor, I estimated the effects of the drug were still intensifying. I read a magazine. I turned on the television. I clearly saw each frame of video like I was watching a slideshow. Frustrated, I turned the television off. I read some more. The first 2 books of Churchill's A History of the English-Speaking Peoples. Not exactly a light read. Frankly, I hated it, but given the hours of tedium it would take to get another book off my bookshelf, just sitting on the couch and reading Churchill was better. Or at least less worse. It had now been 35 minutes since I took the Ambien. I lay down on the couch and closed my eyes. Time passed. I inhaled. An hours-long process. Time passed. I exhaled for more hours. Sleep would not come. I needed a new plan. I decided to go back to the offices where they gave me the drug. Maybe they would have had something that could counteract its effects, or at least something to knock me out until it wore off. I exited my apartment as fast as possible, taking hours in my time frame to do so. I didn't even bother locking the door. It would have taken too long. The Flash explored this concept. It was crazy. The Flash does a lot with like the passage of time, with how fast you can move sometimes, and it is often very horrifying, like the reality of the unreality of this. Would Specs be better or worse? I feel like it would be worse. I feel like it would be worse because it would be tedious and slow. Where like you might feel certain bits of pleasure extended, but I think it would almost become maddening at a point. Because it's going slow and like you're constantly edging probably, because it probably feels like so good, but you can't actually feel good enough to like finish or anything because it's that slow. And there's still some level of like body autonomy to it. So I feel like it would probably be awful. Didn't lock my door. Down the stairs, it's faster than the elevator if you run. Through the lobby, out the front door, and onto the street. These few things felt like a long day at the office. Sprinting down the street, dancing and weaving between pedestrians with what must have looked to them superhuman dexterity. Down the first flight of stairs at the metro, across the landing, another hour, then onto the second flight of stairs. And that's when the Ambien hit me. The Ambien didn't make me sleepy. Not at all. Instead, it must have had a severe cross-reaction with the experimental drug I took this morning. I was bounding down the second flight of stairs, moving in slow motion, but still making perceptible progress. Then, wham. Everything stopped. The dull roar of the street and metro noises ceased, replaced by the most perfect silence I've ever experienced. My downwards motion seemed to completely freeze. Before the Ambien kicked in, my perception of time was maybe a few hundred times slower than real time. After the Ambien took effect, time moved thousands of times slower. Every second seemed like days to me. Even just moving my eyes to focus on a new point was like an impossibly slow scroll across my visual field. Over the course of the afternoon, I learned how to walk, run, and jump when my mind ran hundreds of times faster than my body, but with another 4 or 5 orders of magnitude of slowdown caused by the Ambien. Body control was almost impossible. I fell on the stairs, even though I was all but frozen in mid-step. Controlling my muscles was impossible. I commanded my foot forwards for hours, then backwards for hours, more than it seemed like I would miss the next step. Hours attempting to adjust the angle of my ankle, then readjusting when it felt wrong. I think I have this power in the last hour of work, where work just takes forever. Yeah, I hear you. Terrible timing. Absolutely awful. Despite these efforts, I rolled my ankle on the next step. The pain wasn't at all mitigated by the slowness. Hours of increasing strain on my bent ankle. The nerve signals that sent pain to the brain must work differently than nerves in my ear. Sonic energy was spread out over time, diluted until it was imperceptible. Pain flowed into my brain, undiluted by the change in my perception of time. Hours and hours of increasing weight at my turned ankle turned into hours of increasing pain upon increasing pain. I pitched forwards, my high-speed mind completely unable to control my low-speed body. I drifted downwards for days, managing to rotate my torso enough to keep my head from impacting the ground first. I eventually landed on my right shoulder. At first, the impact wasn't even noticeable. Then I felt a slight pressure in my shoulders as it came in contact with the ground. The pressure grew, bringing increasing pain for hour upon hour. My shoulder finally gave out, popping out of its socket with an endless, sickening tug. I came to a stop days later, crumpled onto the ground, staring into the ceiling. The pain in my shoulder still screaming with the intensity of a fresh, violent injury. I had plenty of time to think during that fall. If every second seemed like days to me, then each minute of real-world time would be like years. Even if the drug cleared out my system in the next 2 or 3 hours, this nightmare would seem to last centuries. By the time I hit the ground, I had a plan. I would somehow get to the platform and throw myself in front of a train. I twisted onto my hands and knees, days of my dislocated shoulder crying for relief. I misjudged my rotation and rolled onto my back. I tried again, collapsing onto my face as I tried to figure out how to control a body that moved slower than grass grew. Weeks of effort were finally rewarded with success. I stabilized on my hands and knees. If just getting on all fours was this difficult, I figured that walking or running was completely out of the question. So I crawled. I crawled through the metro tunnel. The dumb looks on the faces in the crowd lingered on me for weeks. I crawled under the turnstile and onto the escalator. The escalator spilled the rush hour crowd onto the platform at the same speed a glacier spills ice onto the sea. I looked out over the crowded platform during my interminable downward ride. The train status sign said the next train wouldn't arrive for 20 minutes. 20 minutes was like a year to me. I'd have to spend a year on the metro platform waiting to die. I crawled off the escalator, enduring days of stupid expressions on the commuters' faces. I crawled a few feet to a concrete bench and curled up next to it, trying to find a position to lessen the pain in my shoulder. Then my problem with time got worse, impossibly worse. The massive slowdown on the stairs was just the beginning of the interaction between the experimental drug and the Ambien. It fully hit me while I was curled up on the bench. I blinked. Years of darkness followed. Sound was already gone, and with my blink, sight was gone as well. All that existed was the pain from my fall. My hyper-accelerated mind wasted no time compensating for the lack of sensory input. Voices spoke to me. They sung to me in languages that never existed. Patterns and faces and colors came and went in my mind's eye. I recalled my whole life and imagined living another. I forgot English. I settled into a profound despair. I spoke to God. I became God. I imagined a new universe and brought it to life with my thoughts. Then I did it all again and again. My eyes opened with geologic slowness, a faint glow, weeks, a slit of light, weeks, a narrow view of the metro platform, ankles of the commuters near me, and an advertisement on the opposite wall. I extracted my phone from my pocket, a project that spanned decades. How can I even explain the boredom? The pain in my shoulder is nothing compared to the boredom. Every thought I can think, I have thought hundreds of times already. The view of ankles and advertisements never changes, never. The boredom is so intense it's tangible, like a solid object of metal and stone wedged into my skull, inescapable. What are my options? If I crawl and fall into the tracks without an oncoming train to crush me, I won't die. I'll experience even more pain from the 4-foot fall, but I'll most likely be rescued by some do-gooder on the platform and unable to act when the train finally does arrive. My suffering in that scenario will be endless. So I wait for the train so I can throw myself under it. When it finally hits me, I will experience the pain of being ripped to pieces for centuries until finally the light of life leaves my brain and my experience ends. I've lived hundreds of lifespans at the foot of this bench. I am far older in spirit than any human being has ever lived. Most of my life experience has been a snapshot of pain huddled on the floor of a subway platform with an unchanging view of ankles and advertisements. This post is my plan B. My Hail Mary, my long shot. I spent lifetimes typing and posting this message in the hopes that someone will read it and become convinced that my suffering must end. Someone on this platform right now, someone who will find the man curled under the bench, the man who crawled down the escalator, and kill him as swiftly as possible. A bullet to the temple. If you're armed and at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. That was horrifying in a very unique way. Because the reality of the situation is, even if somebody does shoot him, even if he is saved via being shot, he will have to suffer through that pain and misery for centuries and years before he finally dies. This is awful. More of the story, don't do drugs. Don't do experimental drugs. It doesn't matter how much they pay you. Don't do it. Wonder what other people see at this point. They probably see a man very quickly and clumsily crawling around the floor and curling under a bench. Because it probably happened very fast. And, like, of course, he doesn't know how to crawl well, so it's probably very terrible. Absolutely awful, all things considered. But that's that. There's our final story. After we sang some songs, read some stories, and now we're going to get ready to get some sleep. We're going to send a raid out. Let's see. Let's raid out to... You know, Saint Snakeich is streaming right now. I don't often stream on days that he is streaming as well, so why don't we send a raid over to Saint Snakeich? So glad you read the second one. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you had a good time. Thank you for convincing me to do so. And I still have plenty of time to get to bed at a reasonable time. All is well. All is bright. That being said, I will be back on Saturday for more Mass Effect. This time, dreaming of the stream not crashing. I'm fairly confident it won't. I think we'll be able to play some good, solid Mass Effect this Saturday. Then I'll be back on Monday, December 30th, to play the Home Safety Hotline Seasonal Worker DLC. It'll be a shorter stream, but we'll be able to get that done because I think I should have time. I shouldn't have to work, and we should be able to manage that. Afterwards, we won't be streaming again until the following week, Saturday. That would be January 4th and January 5th. January 4th will be more Mass Effect. January 5th will be the Cowboy Karaoke. Something we got to look forward to for the next week and a half or so. Thank you for the stream. Thank you very much, Yori, for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the spooky, scary stories and the holiday cheer that we share here. Here is the raid command if you do not have my emotes, and here is the raid command if you do have my emotes. Let me copy that myself a little bit here. Thank you for being comfy. As always, I will be spending all of my free time working on uploading and editing videos for the QuvarTV, my channel on YouTube where I upload all of my old stream VODs. We are still working our way through 2022. All those old VODs. You also check out TikTok where I occasionally post TikToks. They're also on YouTube as YouTube Shorts. And then Blue Sky and Twitter, I'm QuvarTV everywhere you can find me. You can check those out to see whatever's going on, including possibly updates on my journey of trying to grow bonsai trees that my dad got me, and hopefully they won't die. Regardless, such a good stream. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Sandwich. That is incredibly sweet of you. It means a lot.
Who did it?
Who did it? Bow, 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 bow. Happy New Year! It's not quite New Year yet, and the New Year's Eve Celebrapalooza will be happening in the next month or two, sometime at that point. So you look forward to that celebration. Thank you, Gary, for the cheers. I appreciate that. That being said, thank you all. Thank you for stopping by to say hi, even just for a moment, or sticking around for a while, whether it was for songs or stories, or just chit-chatting. I appreciate it sincerely and dearly. Thank you to the lurkers. You are my lifeblood. I would not be who I am, where I am, how I am, if it weren't for you supporting me. That all being said, as always, never forget, I love you, and I'm proud of you. And happy holidays! Merry hullabaloo! Thanks. Me too. Bow, 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 bow.
Berlin Boy 7323232.
Somebody's getting fucked. Somebody's getting fucked. Somebody's getting Somebody's getting Somebody's getting Somebody's getting Somebody's getting